Ladies and gentlemen, young and old, this may seem an unusual procedure, speaking to you before the documentary film begins. However, we have an unusual subject. This is the story of one young king's drive to prove himself. The story of Ramses.
Ramses II was the greatest pharaoh to ever live. Much of his history is misunderstood.
Many of you know his name, but have omitted his legacy. From the time he was born, he was destined for greatness. We will fill in the missing years of his life.
Using the facts and ancient sources, we will tell you the full life of Ramses the Great, like ever before. Join me, Zahi Hawass,
and myself, Curtis Ryan Woodside, as we reveal the true story of Ramses. His son, Khaemwaset, his scribes, family, and queens have all left behind their own writings, as well as himself, though these people had access to documents long since destroyed. The theme of this documentary film is to set right the history misinterpreted at the whims of authors or even a film director. Our intention was not to create a story, but to be worthy of the great story that was told over 3,000 years ago. The story takes 4 hours to unfold. Depending on where you are watching, it will be split into 4 parts. Thank you for your attention. For more than 3,000 years, there has been one man who ruled Egypt that stands out above all other pharaohs. A man who had to prove he had the right to rule, that he was worthy of the gods. One man who defeated his enemies. He honored his family members and built giant monuments of faith and victory. His father asked the gods to bless him with 3 lifetimes, a wish which was granted. Though was his long reign more a curse rather than a blessing. This man buried many of his children before their time. Even his wife would go to the next life before him. A pharaoh whose legendary rule is filled with myth, power, triumph, and tragedy. A king who left the world changed. Those who followed him called him the Great Ancestor. To many, he is known as Ramses the Great. There have been many books, films, and documentaries made over the centuries about Ramses, but who was he really? None of these seem to fully cover his life. Most focus on certain times in his life or certain accomplishments. But I want to discover the man himself. To fully understand the sheer magnitude of Ramses' ascent to the throne of Egypt, we have to go back to how his family came to the role of ruling Egypt. Unlike many of the previous pharaohs, Ramses did not have royal blood. But how did this happen? The year was 1323 BC. A young 18-year-old pharaoh has died, Tutankhamun. His reign had seen many trials and tribulations to secure Egypt and the faith in the pharaoh in the eyes of the public once again. This young pharaoh abandoned the new capital city his now deceased father had founded. At the age of 10, he left Akhet-Aten and returned to the city of Thebes, or Waset as it was referred to then. Here, Tutankhamun was advised by his vizier to make it publicly known that he did not agree with his father's reign and religious beliefs. He installed a stela where he reinstated all the gods of old and discredited his father's reign. The stela reads, "The temples of the gods and goddesses, from Elephantine down to the marshes of the delta, had been overgrown with weeds. Their sanctuaries were as if they had never been. I have restored what was once in ruin as monuments of an eternal age. I have dispelled injustice throughout the two lands, so that it may make lying to be an abomination of the land. The gods heard my voice and rejoiced." From this, we can clearly understand that Egypt was trying to regain the favor of their many gods, of which that had been previously abandoned. At Saqqara, in the tomb of one of these courtiers that Tutankhamun was advised by, named Maya, the treasurer even states, "I was the pharaoh's mouthpiece in order to furnish the temples and to fashion the cult images of the gods. I made splendid the temples fashioning the images of the gods for whom I was responsible." From words like this of men like Maya, it is clear that Tutankhamun was merely a puppet. Tutankhamun's wife also happened to be his half-sister from Pharaoh Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti. Around their time, a pharaoh was only meant to produce an heir to the throne within the royal family. His sister wife, Ankhesenamun, had been pregnant twice, yet both children were stillborn, probably due to the excessive inbreeding that had been popular in the 18th dynasty. Tutankhamun had no heir, no one to take the crown and to lead Egypt. Upon the death of Tutankhamun, Egypt's future was not certain. Two contenders for the throne rose up. One was the vizier named Ai, and the other was the army general, Horemheb. Ai does seem to be very involved with the royal family of the 18th dynasty. At his first tomb in Akhenaten, now known as Amarna, there is an inscription which could change our view of who he was. Here, he is named as the father of the god's body, and directly after this phrase, the royal cartouche of Nefertiti appears. This directly means that I was the father of Nefertiti, making him the grandfather of Tutankhamun's sister wife, Ankhesenamun. Ankhesenamun was in a dire situation. She was not permitted to become pharaoh. She needed a man. The one that she would marry would certainly become pharaoh. Ankhesenamun, in a panic, sent a letter to the Hittite king in the north. In this letter, she urged him to send a Hittite prince for her to marry, and that he would become the next pharaoh. Delighted by this request, the prince was sent to Egypt, but Ai was more shrewd than that. He made sure that the Hittite prince would be intercepted at the border of Egypt and executed. This one act would reignite a bitter rivalry between Egypt and the Hittites. This one act would have a large ripple effect that would come to a pinnacle for Ramses II many years later. Ai married Ankhesenamun and became the next pharaoh. However, the old and ailing man died almost 2 years later. As for Ankhesenamun, she either disappeared or died. This left one person who would seize the throne. In 1320 BC, the army commander of Tutankhamun married the sister of Nefertiti named Mut-Tuya. His name was Horemheb. Mut-Tuya was also possibly his own sister, However, that is speculated. With this marriage into the royal family, Horemheb had a clearer claim to the title of Pharaoh. A marvelous statue of Horemheb and his second wife, Mut-Nuja, shows him at his coronation. Horemheb, the army man, was now the pharaoh. Being a military man himself, he favored the military for obvious reasons. He appointed his army's horse commander, Ramses I, as his vizier. In Horemheb's Saqqara tomb, there is a scene showing Horemheb and Ramses I during a campaign together on a chariot. Ramses I's family were from the Nile Delta region of Avaris, which had a large Hyksos foreign community. Ramses I was also a high priest of Set, whose largest following was in Avaris and was revered much by the Hyksos as well, proving a link between the start of the Ramesside family and the Delta city of Avaris. Horemheb ruled for around 14 years. He had led several campaigns south into Nubia to subdue the population there, as well as at least one confirmed military campaign up north near Lebanon. This move into the north by Horemheb was not welcomed by the Hittites, who were still upset over the assassination of their prince a few years prior. Once Horemheb made Ramses I his vizier, he also named him as his successor. Ramses I had served in the army with Horemheb, and the Ramesside family was gaining more respect due to their religious roles through their other family members.
Why do you think Horemheb elected Ramses I?
Because, Horemheb was an army commander. And therefore, when Horemheb took the throne, there is no one from the family of Akhenaten who had the royal blood to rule. And therefore, Horemheb began to be the first military ruler of Egypt. And he chose the best army, Ramses I. Then Ramses I, it's normal for him to choose his army general to be the pharaoh after him.
Horemheb had many statues commissioned after he became pharaoh, showing himself with the god Amun. We see many examples of other statues of Horemheb standing in the middle of Amun, in the center, being protected by the god. But this is here at Memphis, which was the ancient Egyptian capital that was founded thousands of years before Horemheb. Ramses II then remade this into the capital after Thebes, when Horemheb returned to Thebes after Amarna. But this stone here at Memphis shows us this beautiful script here with Horemheb's throne name, and here Amun Horemheb, and we can see the falcon for the Horemheb part of his name. And it's just so interesting to find traces of this very obscure pharaoh who had a lot of his statues damaged. But because of this pharaoh, Ramses II was able to become pharaoh.
It has been suggested for many years now that Horemheb did not have children with his two wives. However, all of that may soon be changing. Egyptology is a forever evolving science, as new discoveries are made and old discoveries are re-examined. The presence of an obscure queen named Tanejmet around this time period has started to help link the dynastic progression better. It is now believed that Tanejmet was the daughter of Horemheb, yet this daughter could not become a male pharaoh. Therefore, he needed to marry off his daughter to the chosen successor, much like the issue that befell Tutankhamun's sister wife. In Luxor, on the west bank, in the Valley of the Queens, there we find traces of Tanejmet. Although her tomb is badly damaged, inside there remains one image of her, and next to her remaining face, there are two titles that we can make out clearly. She is named as the daughter of the king, as well as wife of the king. Since we do not know of any daughters from the next pharaohs with the name Tanejmet, she must be the daughter of an earlier one, Horemheb, and it is entirely possible that Horemheb had his only daughter married to his successor, Ramses I, to link the Ramesside family to the royal bloodline, thus legitimizing Ramses I's rise to power. Horemheb also saw that there would be the possibility of successful future pharaohs from the same family. Ramses I had a son, and his son had a son. Therefore, there would be at least 3 stable generations of successors. In the year 1303 BC, Egypt was experiencing a great flood, which brought much-needed nutrients to the land. It also happens to be in this year that Ramses II was born. The flood during his birth was seen as a good omen for future prosperity and the fertility of the destined pharaoh. Ramses was born in the Nile Delta, and the most precise city that we can pinpoint is Avares. Growing up in this area as a young boy, he would have been exposed to a variety of foreign people living there, and thus would give him an understanding of these people which would be rather helpful in his own reign. Around 1295 BC, Horemheb had now died. Ramses I was the overseer at Horemheb's funeral, and would have performed the opening of the mouth ceremony as the high priest on the mummified body of Horemheb in his tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Ramses I was now pharaoh. Although he was of an advanced age by then, Ramses I appointed his son as army commander and co-regent. His name was Seti. Ramses I ruled for only a few years. During this time, Seti was sent into Syria to secure Egypt's power there, and Ramses II, the son of Seti, was around the age of 8 at this time, and was already being well educated for his future position, both scholarly and militaristically. While Seti was away, Ramses I took care of local politics and oversaw the continuation of the great construction projects in Luxor started by Horemheb to reappease the gods. However, his reign was too short, and around 1294 BC, he died.
Ramses I ruled only for 2 years, but he bore a great king, Seti I, and a nephew, Ramses II. And you know, I brought the mummy of Ramses I from Michael Carlos Museum to Egypt, and now the mummy is inside Luxor Museum.
Ramses I was buried in a rather modest tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Although small, the tomb exudes his devotion to the gods, as he is depicted in direct contact with several deities. Much like Ramses I, who performed the final rites at the burial of Horemheb, Seti was tasked with this act, as he was the son of the pharaoh, and thus he was now the next in line. Ramses II would also have been present at this funeral, and it no doubt would have been an eye-opener for the young prince who would have to perform the same ceremony once his father would go to meet with the god of the next life. Seti became pharaoh, and this would also be the start of his son Ramses II's great journey to become the most celebrated king Egypt had ever seen. By the age of 9, Ramses had been exposed to the public. Seti wanted it known that his son would succeed him, as part of Seti's campaign to let it be known that the great acts that took place in his father's reign was his doing. He also set out to introduce the world to his son. There are several carvings and statues showing the child Ramses. One of the most telling is a giant granite statue. He is crouching down, his hair in a sidelock to indicate a young boy, while he also has a royal cobra on his brow. His hand is raised up with his finger to his mouth, a symbol of youth and innocence for the ancient Egyptians. Protecting the young prince is a falcon. One may think that this is Ra, the sun god, or the falcon god Horus. But what's interesting is this statue is from Avaris, where Ramses II was born. And Ramses is connecting himself here with another god that's not Egyptian. That falcon is not Egyptian. On the side, we can see here, it's written Horon. Horon is the Hyksos, god of the sun, that's associated with Horus. But he's very clearly written out the Hyksos name to show that this is where he's born. This whole statue is a giant name marker for Ramses. The sun disk on his head spells Ra. The young boy is Mes, meaning born, and he holds a plant in his hand, meaning Su. Ra-Mesu, born of Ra, Ramses. At Karnak, the young Ramses is shown also seated between the paws of a sphinx with a ram's head. We know he is prepubescent here, as he still has his sidelock of hair, though here he holds a crook, meaning he has now been already elevated to a more ruling position by his father Seti. Seti and his wife had a daughter first, before Ramses was born. Her name was Tia. This eldest sister of Ramses was born in the reign of Horemheb. She was appointed as singer in the temple at Heliopolis in the Delta. Since the family were not royals by the time she was old enough to marry, she wed a non-royal scribe named Thea. It would be Thea that was given the role of chief tutor to Ramses while he was still a young prince, teaching him how to read and write hieroglyphic script. Egypt had many sacred sites, but one would be more revered than any other: Abydos. For over 1,000 years by the time of Seti, the ancient Egyptians had been making pilgrimages to Abydos to connect to the very first pharaoh's burial sites, and to the god of the next life, Osiris. Ramses I had started the construction for a vast new temple here, but was not able to finish it in his short reign. Thus, Seti took it upon himself to make Abydos his first religious priority. Here, Seti would prove to the gods that he and his family were worthy of the crown. It is also here that we see that Seti began closely, personally training Ramses. In one of the chambers of the temple is Seti's declaration that the Ramessides were worthy, the king's list. a chronological list of kings up to the reign of Ramses II. Seti stands tall. In front of Pharaoh is Prince Ramses. As a young boy, he holds out a scroll of papyrus and reads the names of the past pharaohs aloud, while predicting his own reign to come.
The names that are listed here starts with Pharaoh Meni, or Nama, as some refer to him. We have Seti, we go down the list, and we end up here at the 4th dynasty. We have Snefru, Khufu, Jedefra, Khafra. We go down through the dynasties. Ka-Neferah, we have Pepi. We have all of these great pharaohs of ancient Egypt listed here with the names below of Seti, Meren, Ptah. Seti, the one that pleases Ptah, with his throne name here, Mat Men Ra, or Men Mat Ra, meaning the place of the justice of Ra. It is incredible that this continues. We have Ramses I, Tutmosis III, Tutmosis IV, Amenhotep III. We then skip forward to Horemheb, Ramses I again, because Ramses I was around. We have him listed here twice. And we even have here, ending with the name of Seti. Continued after Seti is Ramses II, putting all of these pharaohs together.
The opposite side of this room shows the great Seti burning incense while pouring out libations over an offering table, while the young Ramses beside him again reading out ritual texts. Seti sought out to ensure that he could rely on Ramses to become a co-regent once old enough to handle the responsibility. From scenes like this and others, we have an understanding that Seti and Ramses had a close relationship, while it also conveys the importance of performing the kingly duties just right. An inscription at Abydos tells us that Seti had asked Ra to bless his son Ramses with 3 lifetimes. Little did he know that this would actually come true, and Ramses would become the longest-lived pharaoh. What of military battles? Did Seti leave any clues that he took Ramses to war with him? A large stela erected by Seti at Beth Shan reveals the story. By the age of 10 or 11, Ramses was deemed ready for battle by his father. Seti led several battles, including settling a revolt against the Nubians and the Libyans. However, the issues with the Hittites to the north that began after the assassination of the Hittite prince that was destined to marry Tutankhamun's sister had come to the forefront yet again. A new pharaoh meant the possibility of a weakened state, and the Hittites were planning their attack. However, Seti was ready. He left with his troops and set out north toward the Hittite capital of Kadesh. He secured Egypt's power along the Horus Ways, a long road that had several Egyptian forts to maintain Egypt's control in the north. En route to Kadesh, Seti recaptured Canaan and Lebanon, as well as the land of the Amaru, before arriving in the domain of the Hittites. There, with his army and his son Ramses II, they subdued the Hittite forces and took control over Kadesh temporarily. The control over Kadesh would not last long into Seti's reign. They returned to Egypt victorious, after several months away and regaining much of the northern territories. Though it does appear that their return did have a blow to the family. Seti and his queen Mut-Tuya had an elder son named Nebshaset Nebet. This brother of Ramses II was listed in one inscription at Heliopolis. Here, Ramses' eldest brother was in fact named as the crowned prince, meaning that still within year 1 of Seti's reign, he was the named successor. Though he disappears after this, it would appear that he died in the first campaign with Seti against the Hittites. Thus, all of the monuments that Seti built after his first year had no mention of Neb-Shaset Nebet at all, and the line jumped straight to Ramses. A stela found at Abydos tells us that at least by the age of 14, he had been named as crowned prince. It was in this year, in Luxor, that Ramses would meet a woman that would change his life. Seti and Mut-Tuya were married before Seti became pharaoh, and this appears to have continued with Ramses. While accompanying his father to Luxor to lay the foundation stone of Seti's mortuary temple on the Theban West Bank, Ramses meets a young noblewoman from possible royal heritage of a similar age. This woman was Nefertari. Ramses had fallen in love. He has often described Nefertari as the most beautiful woman alive. Their romance blossomed, and by the time that they turned 16, the couple had married. Ramses' mother took on the roles of training Nefertari to become the ultimate queen. Nefertari had given birth to Ramses' first son, and therefore she was given the title of Great Royal Wife. Their first son was named Amun-Herkhepeshef, a young prince that would be destined to become pharaoh. Nefertari is present before the goddess of fertility, Tawaret, at Jebel Sisila. The goddess, shaped like a hippo, must have given much fertility to Nefertari, as she bore Ramses at least 6 children. Almost all pharaohs had several wives, as well as a harem of women. Seti appears to only have had one wife, Mut-Tuya. But to ensure that there would be heirs, Seti gifted Ramses a harem of women shortly after the birth of Nefertari's first son. The overseer of the harem, at least for now, would be a man named Hormin, and it would be his job to make sure that Ramses reproduced as many children as possible. Hormin was greatly rewarded for this by Seti. Many Egyptologists have suggested that Nefertari was from the harem. I don't think that this is the case. The time he was given the harem appears to be just after the birth of Nefertari's son, and I doubt that an Egyptian noblewoman of Nefertari's heritage would be placed in a harem. It does appear, however, that Ramses had met his second wife in the harem. Her name would be Iset Nofret. She also fell pregnant from Ramses soon after they met. Iset Nofret also produced a male heir who shares his first name with his father. These young princes would have known Seti. They were clearly around during celebrations with Pharaoh Seti and their crown prince father, Ramses. Some scenes at Abydos show Ramses, Seti, and the young princes together performing ceremonies. In the second last year of Seti's reign, Ramses and some of his sons were sent to Nubia to yet again subdue them. This was a minor event, but enough for the Nubians to remember later on. The remaining years of Seti would have been rather peaceful, with Egypt reaching a high point, both artistically and politically, as well as economically. Many foreigners chose to immigrate to Egypt, and many of them were welcomed. everything was going well. His son had heirs, and even some of those offspring had their own children. The 19th dynasty lineage appears strong. In 1279 BC, a great sadness engulfed the land. At the age of 39, Pharaoh Seti had died. Egypt was plunged into the 70 days of mourning for the pharaoh, while his body was mummified in preparation for his burial at his mortuary temple on Luxor's west bank. Seti had a relatively long reign, but even though he ruled for around 15 years, many of his projects had not yet been completed before his untimely death. His greatest personal building was his tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Seti's tomb at this time was the largest that had been created. It was so large that many of the rooms were not finished in time for his burial. Seti shows his devotion to the gods on every wall of his tomb, showing that Egypt was back to its former glory. After his mummification was complete, his body would have been processioned through the valley and ultimately down into his tomb. Leading this procession was his son, Ramses, who would soon become pharaoh. Ramses is not shown in Seti's tomb performing the opening of the mouth as we saw in the tombs just a few years prior. However, the tomb's designer, named Baki, did ensure that Ramses' presence was in the tomb. On an ostraca from the tomb builder's village belonging to Baki, we can see his drafts. One side of the stone shows Pharaoh Seti, yet on the back of the ostraca is an image of a young prince, Ramses, the son of Seti. In Seti's tomb, there is a pillar showing a man dressed as a priest, draped in a leopard pelt. He has the side lock of youth. This image is Baki's way to include Ramses in the tomb. This man is Ramses. We have seen Ramses depicted like this throughout Seti's reign.
What do you think Ramses' roles would have been at Seti's funeral?
What happened that we know that the Ramesside period, Ramses I created a capital for him to live, and this is Bir Ramesseum, and this capital was in the delta. It's a site called Kantir now, has been excavated, and they discovered that this is the major capital of Ramses II. Then all of them, they lived there. When Seti I died, Ramses II is the one who will take care of everything. He will mummify his father and stay for 70 days. And after that, he put his father in a boat down the Nile. The boat stopped in Abydos, and the mummy went to visit the god Osiris, who's really settled in Abydos. And inside the shaft that they excavated of the tomb of Ramses II, I found the religious trip of Seti I to Osiris in Abydos. And after that, the boat will come in the boat with his father, and he will bury his father with a funeral inside the Valley of the Kings. You have to understand, Ramses II, when he was a young man, he was very important. He built the tomb of his father, Seti I, and he was the co-regent with his father.
The image of Ramses was among the gods welcoming the funeral parade with Seti's mummy into the tomb where Seti was laid to rest. The alabaster sarcophagus was closed. Ramses would have said an incantation while lighting candles and pouring water on the grain of seeds of Osiris. It would be the moment that Seti's tomb was sealed that Ramses would have become Pharaoh of Egypt. Ramses still needed to be crowned as Pharaoh. A lavish 5-day event was planned. The coronation would be a symbolic act of the pharaoh becoming the reincarnation of the son of Osiris and Isis, Horus. Horus formally avenged his father's murder by overcoming the chaos of the god Set and maintaining order in Egypt. This was the pharaoh's main role. He was Horus on earth. The location of a coronation was not set in stone. Each pharaoh would choose his own location for personal reasons. Ramses chose the mountain of Amun, Jebel Barkal, to be crowned. Through Seti's reign, Egypt had subdued uprisings in Nubia. Ramses clearly wanted to make a statement to the Nubians that he was in charge of them and their land. A statement he would make over and over again during his long life. Ramses' coronation would have taken place at the start of the agricultural season known as Peret, around the end of October. At sunrise, the pharaoh was ritually cleansed by 2 priests. This act is often shown as taking place under the god of wisdom Thoth and Horus. Once the pharaoh had been purified, he would be anointed with 7 sacred oils. Ramses would have entered the sanctuary of the temple, where he would awaken a golden statue of Amun by chanting and burning incense. After this, Ramses would exit the temple, where, before a large crowd of the public, he was made to perform a special display of strength, which could include chasing a bull, running a track, etc. After the display of strength, Ramses was then seated on the throne before the public, where the high priest would place a crown on his head and declare the pharaoh's name. The first day would see the Nemes headcloth crowning the pharaoh, and the priest would announce his birth name, Ramses Merit-Amun, born of Ra, beloved by Amun. The next day would be the announcement of his throne name, Wuser Ma'et Ra Seteben Ra, the ruler of the justice of Ra is powerful. Next was his Horus name, Ka Nakt Merit Ra, the strong bull beloved of Ra. His golden Horus name would follow, Wuser Renpet A'a Neketu, great in years, great in victories. And finally, he would have the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt presented to him, as well as his Nebti name, representing the joint name given by the goddesses of Upper and Lower Egypt. Mek, Kemet, Waf, Kasut, great protector who destroys foreign lands. A pharaoh would take on 5 names, and thus each day of the coronation ceremony would be the announcement of the next name and crown. Ramses would repeat the same steps each day for 5 days, and at the end, he was a full pharaoh over Upper and Lower Egypt, as well as any lands that they may be ruling at the time. His great royal wife was also crowned as the god's wife of Amun.
The crowning of Nefertari. Here we see Hathor, we see Isis, and they are placing the crown of Mut, upon a young Nefertari. This is a beautiful statue of Ramses II over here. Unfortunately, he's missing his head, but it is Ramses depicted as the god Amun. Next to him, We have the wife of Amun, the god's wife, Mut, the mother goddess. Yet Mut over here is indeed Nefertari. And a little detail on the statue of Ramses as Amun is in between his legs is the ceremonial bull's tail. This was depicted all the way from the first dynasty from Pharaoh Nabo. And here, if you look closely, you can see it between the legs of Ramses attached at the back, as one of Ramses' names was indeed the strong bull. This statue, in its breathtakingly beautiful state, proves that Ramses and Nefertari were Amun and Mut on earth.
Now, with his coronation completed and showing his might over the Nubians, Ramses went back to Luxor by boat for his first of many important religious celebrations. Ramses arrived in Luxor with Nefertari. And so came around the festival of Opet in Luxor, a special time of the year when the god Amun would travel from Karnak Temple to Luxor Temple to reenact the cosmic creation between the god and his wife. This was a huge parade that went down the Avenue of Sphinxes. Leading the procession was Ramses and Nefertari, with their sons in tow.
The sacrificial bulls being brought down, they have the heads of the enemies shown on their horns, being brought down by the sons of Ramses II. Underneath them, there's a small graffiti of the god Amun-Min, the god of fertility. Clearly, Ramses was very fertile, having all of these sons. They are bringing the bulls to be sacrificed within the temple of Waset, the temple of Luxor. And here is the temple depicted, with the seated statues on the outside and the standing statues at the edge. We have the flags and the two obelisks, a perfect representation of the temple that we are in right now.
Still within the first year of his reign, Ramses made a visit to Abydos. Seti had not seen the completion of his immense temple to Osiris. Ramses saw this as his first important duty. He ensured that all of the chapels of Seti's temple were completed to his father's standards, making a statement: "I have searched both the upper and lower lands for only the finest of craftsmen to complete both mine and my father's monuments." Ramses wanted only the best for his building projects, of which he had many planned. Since the Osiris temple is where Seti asked Ra for 3 lifetimes for Ramses, and the pharaoh and his son are shown among all of the other kings, and being linked to the god of the next life Osiris, Ramses wanted to make it known that this site was vastly important. To Ramses, Osiris was the reincarnation of Seti. All pharaohs, when they died, became one with Osiris, and Ramses needed to appease Osiris to be certain of his own resurrection in the afterlife. It was at Abydos that Ramses commissioned his very first temple project under his own name.
Every king, since the beginning of the Egyptian history, had to build something, a temple or a chapel in Abydos, because Abydos was the sacred place for the Egyptians. Abydos was Mecca for the ancient Egyptian. Every king had to make a pilgrimage to Osiris and to leave something. A temple. Seti I built the most beautiful temple inside Abydos. It is number one temple all over Egypt. It has an L shaped. It has the list of all the kings who built a temple for Osiris in Abydos, and therefore the most important thing for any king not to build a temple only and a tomb for himself in Luxor on Thebes, but to build a temple to be dedicated for the god Osiris.
On a slightly smaller scale to Seti, it was built between Seti's temple and the Osirian, which was seen as the place where Osiris's head was buried to link himself to both Seti and Osiris. This temple would take years of construction, approximately 7. This is where we can see some of the finest scenes of the young Pharaoh Ramses at the start of his reign. One of the only images still intact from the Abydos temple of Ramses II. It is such a pity that this temple is in complete ruin compared to the temple of Seti. Yet we can see Ramses, with his delicate features shown, with his prominent hooked nose, here in full form.
See here these offering statues of Ramses shown in blue, signifying that this is the spirit of Ramses, since blue is the hidden color, like Amun-Ra. In each of these niches would have been an offering statue of Ramses, with the offerings from the priests being placed here. This is one of the temples that Ramses built, where he went out of his way to find the best artisans in the country. This male god, shown with no animal features, is in fact the jackal-headed god Anubis, the leader of the dead. His name written here, Anpu, with the jackal here. This is the only known image of Anubis shown as a man. Ramses II holding out his pinky, anointing the forehead of Osiris with sacred oil. But Osiris shown here with turquoise blue skin. Alternatively, we would usually see him shown with black or green skin, but here in Abydos, in Seti and Ramses' temple, we see Osiris with this special turquoise blue. Alternatively, we can see Osiris shown with the red skin of a man.
Ramses then returned to Luxor. He had to oversee the new plans of the extensions for the world's largest temple complex in history, Karnak. I'm going to show you something very special.
Let's go to the top of Karnak together. These steps, which were reserved only for the priests and the chief astronomer.
Horemheb had already dismantled much of the Amarna period temples and repurposed them, a long project that stretched into the reign of Ramses I and eventually Seti. These pharaohs began construction of a literal forest of stone, the great hypostyle hall at Karnak. Yet the completion of this even evaded Seti. Ramses walked into the hall, only to see much of the structure complete. But the decorations had barely started. The giant monument was the home of the gods, and specifically Amun, the chief of the ancient Egyptian gods. And so Ramses had this hall completed on a scale worthy of the gods.
What was his intention, do you think, with building so many building projects and stamping his
No,
name
he
so
ruled
much?
for 60 years.
Yeah.
And this is an important period for him to respect the sun god Ra and also Ra Horakhti. And he tried to build temples everywhere
Yes.
for himself to respect all the gods of Egypt. In ancient Egypt, for the king to be a god, he had to smite the enemies of Egypt. And this is why he built a temple for himself in Abu Simbel, and he put his statue as a god between the other gods, and he can worship himself as a god. And that to show that really he wanted to be sure that he will be a god in the afterlife. As a builder, he built temples everywhere. I myself found my hand for him in my excavation in Ain Shams, a temple. I found in Akhmim a huge temple that he built for the god Min, the god of fertility. I found at Giza two double statue of Ramses II left unfinished. He was a great builder everywhere.
Yeah.
And he was a statesman.
Yes.
Then this king really is a unique king.
Ramses had a palace built for Nefertari on the west bank of Luxor. This is where she would reside. Here she was given many titles, such as Rich in Affection, Fair of Face, Chief of the Harem of the God King, Master of the Palace, She need only speak, and her wishes fulfilled, Mistress of the Two Lands, Great Royal Wife, Nefertari.
The Nefertari had this title because she was powerful queen. She could appoint any woman in the harem. She could dismiss any woman in the harem because Ramses II took her as his favorite and he respected her. And she's the only queen that Ramses II built a great temple for her to be connected with the goddess Hathor, goddess of beauty and love.
From this, we get an idea of the importance of Ramses' queen. She would be the one in charge of his harem and would give the final say on who Ramses could marry. This was taught to Nefertari by Ramses' mother, Mut-Tuya, to maintain a strong, prosperous family line, to not end up like the 18th dynasty, who were fraught with inbreeding. Nefertari was the figure to instill this into the pharaoh, that he must have healthy children from only the best women. Although Ramses had many wives in the years to come, it would be Nefertari who had his love.
He was a family man. He married 8 wives. The favorite wife was Nefertari. And she is the only queen in his time that he built for her a temple because she was his favorite. He had over 100 children, actually.
Having set his projects in motion in Luxor and Abydos, Ramses headed north to the Delta, his homeland. Ramses may have founded many temples and cities in his reign, but sometimes he also refounded them. Akhenaten removed the names of many of the gods and pharaohs from temples, cities, and even pyramids. Thus, Ramses wanted to reinstate these places to please the gods, priests, and public. The Delta city of Pirames, which translates to place where Ra, the sun god, was born, was already a smaller village by the time Ramses came to the throne. He set out to make this place greater than ever before and planned to make it his capital city in the Delta. Pirames was to become a metropolis filled with the pharaoh's images, a city of utmost splendor, and a place where many people from all over the ancient world desired to live. The sprawling expansions under the reign of Ramses saw 4 palaces built, a business district, an industrial district, residential suburbs, storerooms, stables, and a garrison for Ramses' army to train at. Pirames was in the western delta, known as the Waters of Ra, as well as the Waters of Avaris. Within Pirames were 4 temples, one to Set, one to Amun, another to the Syrian goddess Astarte, and Wadjet, the cobra goddess of the north. This city was a place filled with peace and joy. Remaining letters from a scribe named Pabes tell us of the splendor of Pirames. The city is full of everything good. It is flourishing. Its pools have fishes. Its meadows are green. The granaries are packed with wheat. Other letters from the time also talk about Pirames, saying, "Joy resides here, abundance of pomegranate wine that is sweeter than honey. Ships come and go, unloading their cargo. Even the poor who live here are like the wealthy. Every day seems like a holiday, and the population dress well." The city was decorated with colorful tiles, showing fervent river life, fish and fowl, and many buildings featured molded lion heads glazed in a myriad of colors. Unfortunately now, the city of Pirames is almost all gone. Small fragments remain in its original location. For you see, 200 years after Ramses had died, the Nile was expected to have a devastating flood. The country was split between pharaohs in the north and priests in the south. Pharaoh Susanes had the majority of Pirames moved to a new location, now in the modern-day city of Tanis. The giant obelisks of Ramses being a crowning glory for this new pharaoh to connect his reign to Ramses the Great. Many of the scenes from Pirames show Ramses, his sons and daughters, and the great royal wife, Nefertari. The early years of Ramses were very busy, as he had to prove himself worthy of the many titles bestowed upon him. The trade coming into Pirames had caught the attention of the outside Mediterranean. Sardinian pirates had begun to terrorize the coast of Egypt. This would be Ramses' first battle as pharaoh. In his second reigning year, he forged a plan to conquer the Sardinian pirates. Ramses posted decoy ships along the coast. He and his troops patiently waited for the pirates to attack the decoys. Ramses and his men pounced with a surprise attack. The Egyptians skillfully captured them in a single move. A stela at Pirames would tell us, "The Sardans came in their warships from the midst of the sea, and none of them were able to stand before Pharaoh. We captured and subdued them. They bowed before Ramses." These Sardinian pirates would be under the control of Egypt and joined Egypt's ever-expanding army to help in future battles. After this battle, the glory of Ramses, the warrior, began. A colossal red granite statue of Ramses was at the entrance of Tanis. This red stone became a trademark for objects from Pirames. A text tells us that in year 3 of his reign, Ramses was walking in the countryside of Pirames, where he came across a red mountain. This quarry had not been used since the time of the Old Kingdom. Ramses ordered the reopening of the quarry and commissioned many statues and obelisks to be erected in Pirames and Memphis. In the year 1276 BC, to the north, the Hittites' power was rising yet again. They started to recapture areas of Amurru and Canaan that Seti and Ramses had once recaptured. The issues between the Hittites and the Egyptians began to flare up yet again, going all the way back to the murdered prince that was sent to marry Pharaoh Tutankhamun's sister. Ramses began gathering his troops. His principal sons, born from Nefertari and Iset Nofret, also gathered in Pirames to accompany their father in battle. We have Ramses' sons, his firstborn sons, starting with Amun-Her-Kepshef, many sons that would ultimately go into battle with Ramses. In scenes here, we can see 3 of Ramses' sons that accompanied him into battle. It was quite a family operation for Ramses II. The young princes are indicated from the side lock of hair, here with his brothers, his name written out, Amun-Her-Kepshef. Ramses had a best friend from childhood who he hired as his horse commander. They became friends, growing up in Avaris together. This man was not an Egyptian. His statue, now in the Luxor Museum, shows him with a Hyksos hairstyle. The most interesting thing on this statue is this man's hair. It comes over and is swept out. This is not an Egyptian style. Ramses II was born in Avaris, so it would not be uncommon that his childhood friend would not be Egyptian, would be from the foreigners known as the Hyksos. This is indeed very interesting to see Ramses II's friend shown as not Egyptian.
We have a statue of one of the best friends of Ramses II in the Luxor Museum, and he's shown with a very foreign hairstyle. Do you think Ramses was accepting of all of these foreigners that saw Egypt as a paradise to move to?
We know from the time of Amenhotep III that many foreigners came to be a part of the government. Then it's really normal that Ramses II could have some foreign people to have influence in the government. And I think there is some few names that we know that they had really an important job in the cabinet of Ramses II. And this is normal because he had many fights and many people who captured. They could become friends to others and they could joining Ramses II. Then that's really normal because as a king, he was really a great man with great vision. And therefore, a foreigner to help him could be good.
He was an intelligent ruler.
Yes.
Ramses took along the army commander from Memphis, named Ptahmes. Ramses wanted men he knew and trusted to join him in battle. The Egyptians marched north. There, Ramses and his men conquered over 50 cities, gaining the lands of Canaan and parts of Amurru. The battle scenes show the entire might of Egypt over the nations. His main sons right at the forefront of the battle with him. Ramses returned to Egypt. He did not attack the Hittite stronghold of Kadesh on his first trip. Their plan was to gain more sway in the area before taking on the main target. A plan most probably conceived by Ramses, Ptahmes, and the vizier, Pa-Ser. It was on this first campaign that Ramses encountered an Assyrian army general named Iwirki. Iwirki was brought back to Egypt and made a high-ranking steward amongst Ramses' army. The utilization of a foreign man in the army command would greatly help Ramses in the planning of his seizure of Kadesh. Ramses returned south to Pirames, commissioning a stela to be erected near Beirut at Nahar el-Kab, showing his victory over the area. A few months later, in the year 1275 BC, Ramses II was around 28 years old. The 5th year of his reign, the rivalry between Ramses and the Hittite king Muwatallis came to a head. News reached Ramses that the Hittites had taken back Dapur and Damascus. Ramses gathered all of his Egyptian troops and allies from all around, including Nubian archers, Sardinian foot soldiers, and even Greeks from Crete. In fact, Greece and Egypt had excellent relations. The Greeks had been sending gifts to the Egyptians for centuries, as we can see in many of the tombs in Luxor, where Greeks are arriving in Egypt with lavish gifts. Nefertari is famed for corresponding with the queens of the Hellenic world. They often exchanged gifts. Apart from a similar art style, one trademark that Greek queens are seen wearing often are these silver button earrings, some of which were sent to Nefertari. On the Greek island of Crete, many bronze armor plates were discovered. Each plate had the name of Ramses II stamped on it. With these armies on Ramses' side, he took up the month-long campaign up towards Kadesh. Along the way, Ramses and his men fought many minor battles and reclaimed many of the Hittite cities yet again. On the 30th of April, Ramses was nearing Kadesh, and this would be the start of one of history's most epic battle scenes. En route to Kadesh, Ramses' men captured 2 Hittite spies. Pharaoh's men tortured them, wanting to learn the truth about Muwatallis, the Hittite king, and his location. The 2 men were brought before Ramses. They told the pharaoh that Muwatallis was 200 kilometers north. Thus, Ramses' men continued forward and set up a camp just outside Kadesh, across from the river, now in modern-day Syria. However, Ramses was deceived. The 2 men had lied. Ramses and his men were ambushed by the Hittites from across the river. The Egyptians were outnumbered. It looked like defeat. The Egyptians fought valiantly, but then another Egyptian unit arrived, and they were able to chase the Hittites back across the river. Both sides retreated for the night. At camp, Ramses received a letter from Muwatallis asking for a draw, since Ramses had killed the Hittite son. The next day, Ramses and his injured army set out for the stronghold of Kadesh. This included Ramses' lions that took part in the battle. The city was perfectly placed between the river. The faster Egyptian chariots encircled the city, perfectly illustrated here. The battle was chaos. They seemed evenly matched. After hours of fighting, many Hittites were dead in the river, and many Egyptians were killed. Ramses' own words remain from the conclusion of the battle. "Pouncing like a lion, I went full force against my enemies, my sword swaying. I, like a hawk, attacked and destroyed them. My breath was like fire. Kadesh bowed before me." Ramses returned back to Egypt as the victor. The total severed hands of the fallen vile Hatti, as Ramses referred to them, were presented to the pharaoh. Some historians say this was boastful and that the battle was a draw. Yet the Hittites then wrote letters to Ramses, referring to themselves as your servant. If they had won, why would they then refer to themselves as this? There are many letters dating back to the time of Akhenaten. One named An Absence Explained, where the Hittites would write, "We are of the city of Tunip. We are your servants. Tunip, that was ruled in the past by Pharaoh Thutmose, and now the Hittites have taken over your servant city of Tunip once again. We have gone on writing to the king of Egypt for more than 20 years. Not a single word of our Lord has reached us. This kind of wording tells us that the Hittites' letter to Ramses after the Battle of Kadesh does indeed show Ramses as the more powerful side. Other Hittite letters from later in Ramses' reign would reinforce this. While Ramses was away during his Kadesh campaign, there were many men in charge of Egypt, yet all evidence points to Nefertari being in charge of running the country while Ramses was away. She is shown in some scenes on the same scale as Ramses, while seated on a throne of Egypt. Nefertari was well educated and was a perfect candidate to handle political issues for Ramses. Being of such importance, there was a clear target on Nefertari. While Ramses was at Kadesh, in Luxor on the west bank at the palace, a small group of Hittites made an attempted kidnapping on Nefertari. Luckily, one of her ladies-in-waiting was able to get away fast enough to alert the guards, and the attempt was foiled. A very scary situation for Nefertari. Ramses returned to Luxor with a great welcome from the people. He was reunited with Nefertari, and upon learning about what had happened to his queen, he made the decision to take Nefertari on further military campaigns to keep her safe. Now in Luxor, many of Ramses' major constructions were nearing completion. These structures may have been nearing completion, and so Ramses and his vizier Passer set out instructions for the scribes and artisans to commemorate the Battle of Kadesh and to show the might of the pharaoh. Many scenes were added to the walls of Karnak, showing Ramses in battle, as well as giving offerings back to the god of the gods, Amun. At Luxor Temple, many of the additions were nearing structural completion. On the new outer pylon wall, Ramses had Kadesh depicted again. He had smaller chapels created inside the first courtyard, where we start to see Ramses' more divine aspect of his reign begin. Inside this smaller section of Luxor Temple is a piece of Ramses II, shown here with the ram's horns of Amun. The ram's horns that would be repeated by every pharaoh that wanted to be connected to the reign of Ramses the Great. Throughout the Temple of Luxor, he had giant statues of himself erected. The outer walls had many statues of the king, shown in various poses and crowns. The inner courtyard had the pharaoh all around. With the two best images of him lining the entrance to the columned hallway. On the side of these colossi, he had Nefertari depicted. She appears in a fine linen dress, wearing the crown of the goddess Hathor, surrounded by the cobras of the goddess Mut. This beautiful queen is of course shown in a smaller scale to her husband. Yet she had her hand raised to his leg, supporting him in his kingly efforts. Other statues here show Nefertari completely nude, and others have Ramses' daughters and some sons on the side also supporting him. He also ordered 2 of the largest obelisks to be quarried from Aswan and placed at the entrance of Luxor Temple. These obelisks would have been topped with electrum, a mix of silver and gold to reflect the light of the sun, a beacon to show the temple's connection to the gods. Though today only one stands, what happened to Ramses II Luxor obelisk. Today, it can be found in France, in Paris.
That pointy thing over there with the gold cap is the obelisk of Ramses II from Luxor Temple, given to France as a gift.
In 1830, Muhammad Ali Pasha gifted the obelisk to France. In return, the King of France gifted a large clock tower which now stands at the Muhammad Ali Mosque in Cairo. With his chief architect and high priest overseeing the works of the temple on the east bank, Ramses turned towards the west bank, the place where one day his body would rest. His mortuary temple was nearing structural completion. Today, it is known as the Ramesseum. The Ramesseum was where Ramses wished to be mummified, and then ultimately his spirit worshipped after his death. All pharaohs started planning their tomb and their mortuary temple when they ascended the throne, although this temple kept being decorated until the death of the pharaoh, since we can see scenes further in the back of the temple that are not complete and in a draft state.
Even though Ramses II lived for so long and had such a long reign, his mortuary temple is unfinished. We can see rough, quick little carvings on the walls, just to complete it for the pharaoh's mummification, which would have happened at the end here. It's quite sad because he had these great building aspirations in his temple, which was meant to memorize him, memorialize him. It's unfinished.
Ramses started adding scenes to the structure walls, the most famous of which was Kadesh. Here, Ramses is shown at his coronation in the presence of the gods. Ramses is shown in many votive scenes here with the gods. Nefertari and Ramses' mother have a strong presence here too. Mut-Tuya Nefertari did live in the palace next door. Ramses also had a smaller mortuary temple to his mother and Nefertari built in the Ramesseum grounds, though almost nothing remains. Ramses came here in his first year of rule, joined by Nefertari. He cut a bag of grain and drew the outline of his temple. Within this temple, Ramses personally chose scenes he wanted to show. War scenes, victory scenes, many captive southern Nubians and northern Assyrian enemies, offering on the same level to the gods, and special scenes relating to his name. In ancient Egypt, your name was one of many factions of your being. It was part of your soul. By having people say your name even after death, it meant that you were remembered, and so you would have reached immortality. This is one of the reasons why we see pharaohs' names stamped over and over, and Ramses took this to the next level. A Ramesseum scene has Ramses' grandfather, Pharaoh Ramses I, in the guise of the regional delta god Atum. He writes down his name and presents it to his grandson, who is seated before him. Ramses presenting his name to Ramses on a golden leaf. This leaf is then placed on the tree of life by the goddess of writing, Sheshat, while the god of wisdom, Thoth, takes note of the event. The gods are holding palm reeds, and each bump on the reed shall represent a year of life for Ramses. Ramses' sons are of course in this temple, lined up in order of birth. The daughters were also joined in this temple. One daughter in particular, Henutawe,
had special significance at the Ramesseum. She lived here with her mother. She was the youngest daughter of Nefertari. In 1907, a statue of Merit-Tawi was found at the Ramesseum. The beautiful princess sits on a throne. The back of her statue reveals she held a very important role, proving that Ramses' sons and daughters, who were not destined to rule Egypt, were still highly regarded. The glyphs reveal that she was the overseer of the royal barge rowers. When Ramses visited after returning from Kadesh, he ordered a new pylon wall and canal large enough to welcome barges to the front of the temple. Although the pylon is now almost in ruin, the remains give us possibly the clearest depictions of the Battle of Kadesh, the camp, and the conclusion.
On the outside of the Ramesseum, on the walls protecting the temple on the inside, are lots of scenes of battle, of course. But here we see Ramses II with one of his sons pulling up his chariot, bowing before his father, welcoming him back from battle.
For hundreds of years after Ramses' death, the Ramesseum was used as a scribal school. Here the scribes would study the legend of Ramses II, and many of them were made to copy the texts of Kadesh as practice work. Even after his death, Ramses' stories were still being recounted. Like Seti had done with Ramses, Ramses would be the one teaching and training his designated heirs. He took it upon himself to show the principal sons what being a pharaoh was all about. A mesmerizing scene at Abydos shows Ramses and Prince Amun-Her-Khepeshef in training while capturing a sacrificial bull. The brave prince grabs the bull literally by the tail, while Pharaoh Ramses throws a rope lasso around to capture the animal. In year 6 of his reign, in 1274 BC, Ramses turned his sights towards Nubia. A revolt against the Egyptians had begun after the Battle of Kadesh. The Egyptian viceroy of Kush was chased back into Egypt. Ramses knew he had to conquer the Nubians again to retain Egypt's power of the region of the Nubians and Kushites. They would go into Nubia by boat. Boats played a very important role, not only in everyday life, but also in religious beliefs. Ramses had a large fleet of ships which would travel along the Nile, the Mediterranean, and the Red Sea. Ships were also used to transport stone to build monuments, of which Ramses was building many. Merit-Tawi, Ramses' daughter and overseer of the rowers, would have to coordinate these legions of rowers, some military, some travel, and some construction. She would also have worked closely with Ramses' ship captain, a man named Pasanesut. The pharaoh set sail with his troops, along with 2 of his sons, his eldest son with Nefertari, Amun-Her-Khepeshef, and his second eldest son with Iset Nofret, named Khaemwaset. Not much of the Battle of Nubia is documented, although Ramses would go on to illustrate the sheer carnage that took place in almost every one of his temples. Ramses is on his chariot, his 2 sons on their chariots behind. Ramses shoots his arrows, while his horse tramples the Nubians who are fleeing from the pharaoh. Ramses had successfully recaptured Nubia. We know that Nefertari accompanied her husband on this campaign into Nubia. In the temple of Nefertari at Abu Simbel, the queen is shown behind her husband with her hand raised in support.
Ramses smiting the Nubian man by holding up by his hair.
Amun next to them, presenting his sword to Ramses.
And the beautiful Nefertari shown wearing a short wig, again supporting her husband. And we know that she accompanied him on at least 2 battles. She was quite a phenomenal woman. Ramses on his chariot with his horse, after a victorious battle, returning. Before them, we have Ramses' army approaching with their bows. And before them, the captives. These are Nubian captives, bound around the neck and the arms, with Ramses leading them in to the city.
He brought back many prisoners of war from Nubia. Some scenes even show his sons presenting the tied captives before the king. The Battle of Nubia is best depicted at the temple now called Bait el-Wali. The original depiction of the battle was once brightly painted. However, in the 1800s, a British team was taking casts of the Battle of Nubia, and when taking the cast off, they pulled the colors with it. The remains of this cast are now on a grand display in the British Museum. Bait el-Wali was in fact the very first of many temples Ramses commissioned to be built on the bordering lands along the Nile near Nubia. Ramses wanted to show any Nubians coming north that they were under Egyptian control. On one wall, we see Nubian captives being brought to Ramses, as well as Kushites bringing in their tribute, such as foreign animals like giraffe, Ankole bulls, monkeys, leopards, and ostriches. Even though Egypt is in Africa, these exotic African animals were seen as a great gift to give to the Egyptians. The Nubians even gifted Ramses another pet lion. These gifts and taxes were brought before Ramses by his son Amun-Herkhepeshef, and we even see the viceroy being rewarded for his work in Nubia. Inside the temple of Bait el-Wali are some of the best preserved colored scenes
Of my favorite pharaoh, Ramses II. Here, Ramses holding a Nubian, smiting him in full color. Look at the red of his skin, the yellow to represent the gold. He's wearing the white crown or the white headcloth. We see here Hathor and Ramses offering to Horus with Selket, the scorpion goddess, to protect from poisons and bites. But look how beautiful the color is here. It's Ramses burning incense over pomegranates, grapes, breads, and they are still colored. It is absolutely beautiful. We have a triad statue of Ramses, Mut, and Hathor. It's incredible. Ramses over here, shown again, so colorful, so beautiful. I've never seen him like this. Offering a green goddess, Ma'at, to Amun. Here we have the blue on Amun, showing that he is in his hidden form. It is so beautiful. Amun again being offered Ma'at, being offered justice, balance. It's incredible. Further down, before we go into the inner sanctum, is scenes repeated. Ramses now giving jars of oil to Amun. Another triad statue, this time with the god from Elephantine. We have Khnum, Ramses in the middle, and Anuket. It is beautiful. We see Satis, another goddess from Elephantine. Khnum, the god of creation, seated, while Ramses II and Anuket come in and give them offerings. In fact, the goddesses behind Ramses are supporting him before the other gods, supporting the fact that Ramses II is in fact on his way to become a god. The inner sanctuary, we have the gods again repeated from the outside on the inside. But the most amazing thing is this image of Ramses II being suckled by a goddess. Isn't it just amazing? The young prince with a beautiful goddess. Here he offers jars to Ra, Horus. I've never seen Ramses in so much color. Before, Amun and Amun Min, right over here, inside this inner sanctum, would have been probably a golden statue dedicated to Ramses II, because in fact, Ramses declared he was a god. So Ramses would have been in here. We see Ptah on the other side. Amun again being burnt incense of frankincense by Ramses II. Khnum, the creator god, creating life for Ramses. Khnum gave life to Ramses because Ramses lived until he was around 96. And the life from Khnum that went into Ramses created over 150 children. And here is the goddess Anuket, yet again suckling the young prince when he was probably around 13 years old, because Ramses became a co-regent with Seti, his father, at around 16 years old. So here he is being prepared. He is being fed by the goddess to become the pharaoh.
It was on this campaign into Nubia that Ramses would have sailed past two large mountains on the border of the Egyptian territory. He would commission two temples here to make a statement and to mark the edge of Egypt. One mountain for Ramses and the other would be for Nefertari. However, this temple would be one of the longest constructions of his reign. During the end of Seti's reign, Ramses would have subdued the enemies to the west, the Libyans. However, after the Battle of Nubia, Ramses set his sights toward the Libyans. For centuries, the Libyans to the west had been coming and going through Egypt, and many of their tribes had settled in Egypt, though they were known to cause much havoc among the Egyptian population. Ramses went into Libya along the Egyptian coast and conquered them.
Smiting his enemy, he's in battle, killing a Libyan man, and over here, stepping on the head of the enemy. This prolific warrior wanted to show what he did.
We even know that Nefertari went with on this expedition, as she is seen while her husband smites a Libyan man. Ramses then ordered a fortress to be built at Rahim to protect the Egyptian border. He garrisoned 500 soldiers here, but how did Ramses control this area? He would do what he did in Nubia and have a viceroy. He set up a man named Nebra as the commander over Libya. In the ruins of the fortress, a well-preserved statue of Nebra was discovered in 1994. Nebra is shown with a well-decorated dress to convey his importance. The commander holds a standard of the goddess of war, Sekhmet.
He is Nebra, and he was a vizier during Ramses II time. And Ramses, he wanted to protect Egypt from the western side, so he made a large number of fortresses over there. And this man was in charge of all of these fortresses.
So he was running the fortresses, making sure that all of the soldiers would come in, be correctly trained, correctly armed, and checking that everything was running perfectly.
Everything, their food, water, organized all the movements over there, because it wasn't something easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we see Nebra standing with the staff headed by the goddess of war,
Yes,
Sekhmet.
Sekhmet, yeah.
Sekhmet.
That's why,
To
it's a good
protect
point.
Egypt.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Because he man works in fortresses, it's, war, fighting, of course. It's very logical to have Sekhmet
Yeah.
with him in the scene.
Unfortunately now, a lot of these fortresses that
Like
Egypt did have are now completely gone, dismantled, or under the waters of Lake Nasser.
Yes, and the majority of the Libyans, they attack all the time, and I think you spoke about that before. Ramses III, he got fed up from that during his time.
Yeah.
It was a very dangerous side, as the western side of Egypt from the Libyan. There is desert there's no water, not like Egypt.
The Egyptians were now finally controlling the Libyan crossing. In 1273 BC, in year 7 of Ramses' reign, the Hittite king Muwatallis had been punished for dismissing one of their goddesses. A prince of his had taken up control of the army and started to take back control of the Levantine areas in control of the Egyptians. Ramses would not let this happen. He raced back north with 2 armies, one headed by himself and the other by his son Amun-Herkhepeshef. He took over a number of cities in Canaan and stretched their victory as far north as Damascus. In year 8 of Ramses' reign, around 1272 BC, Muwatallis had died, and his young son had become the king of the Hittites. This was the perfect thing for Ramses. A new Hittite ruler meant an inexperienced warrior. Ramses set out yet again for the land of Hatti. Along with his army and 6 of his sons, they conquered the city of Tunip that was last conquered by Thutmose III almost 200 years earlier. Ramses then laid a siege of the Hittite city of Dapur. This was one of Ramses' best planned battles. He recorded the siege of Dapur at the Ramesseum. An absolute chaotic scene unfolded. The Egyptians arrived with many new techniques. They climbed the walls of the city with giant ladders. Ramses and his men trampled over the Hittites and fired arrows as they fell from the city. The women and children were spared. The Hittites at Dapur were no match for the Egyptians. Another new invention seemed to greatly help their victory. These strange dome shapes, which can be likened to military tanks. The soldiers could be protected under them and walk right up to the city.
Tell me your surprise.
This is something that I have been examining for a while, and it's something people don't really look at because there's so much happening. In this war scene, we can see, you see these strange dome shapes.
Yes, I see it.
What is your take on these dome shapes?
I saw it before, but I couldn't understand what it is.
So these are wooden domes that would be placed over the people. You can see a man crawling out from underneath the dome. And they would use this like a turtle to go along the ground to avoid being hit by arrows from, from the people they're at war with. So you can actually see.
So the first tank in human being history.
Almost like a tank. This man is holding up this big shield while the other man is coming out of the shield. So it's a shell.
Yes, like shell.
Yeah. So you see this man he's looking out, going, what's going on?
Well, and this man, the one who left this.
Yeah.
And this man, the one who fight.
Yeah. And these are another man holding it up. So these are like
it's the first idea of tank.
Yeah.
The first idea of tank in a human being history.
And what makes this very special is these are Ramses' sons. So when they went to battle, Ramses' sons actually had extra protection.
Because they are princes.
Yeah, they're princes. They are heirs to the throne. So this is really interesting to examine.
It's very, very interesting, and thank you very much to let me know this.
There's all of these different
techniques
for war. We have the lions, we have these shields, we have so many different techniques that
Still
Need
more
to be
but
discovered.
in different ideas, yes.
Yeah.
It's still alive in different ideas.
Exactly.
Tank, we can say the first tank.
Yeah. This is what this is.
Only I know about this scene, to be honest with you. These guys, they tried to escape from Ramses II arrow, and this guy, he shocked by arrow in his bum.
Yeah.
This was not the only innovation by Ramses. Other war scenes of Dapur at Luxor Temple show a terrifying image. Ramses is shown in battle with his chariot and horse, but the horse looks strange.
Strangest scene that you will probably ever see is a lion-headed horse. Actually, this horse of Ramses II was not lion-headed, but it had a mask placed over it, a mask of Sekhmet, the goddess of war, so that when the horses were charging towards the enemy, they would see this strange creature coming towards them. It would frighten them. This was a tactic of Ramses II. Nevertheless, a lion-headed horse might have been one thing, but Ramses II actually had real lions at war.
Victorious, Ramses returned from Syria to the delta city of Heliopolis to give thanks to the god of his namesake, Ra, for his victory at Dapur. He had several obelisks commissioned for Heliopolis as a way to show his gratitude to the sun god, but also as a giant monument of his reign, which would be visible for miles around. He would have wanted to expand the temple, which had stood there for over 1,000 years already, commissioning a great extension of the temple with images of his piety to the gods.
Ramses II even built a temple here at Sesostris I's obelisk, at his sun temple, because obviously Ramses is named after a solar deity, Ramses, born of the sun god Ra. We can see Horus here and Thoth pouring out water over Ramses II. Beautiful depiction of Ramses. But as we go down here, we have another image of Ramses II offering jars to the gods. And what's really interesting is here we can see Ramses' nose. We know he has this really hooked nose. And here it is depicted so well. So this is a very realistic image compared to that one. He still has the hook on the nose, but this one
Is more real. Interestingly, here, what would have been an offering sphinx of Ramses II, holding out this offering table with bread. But the strangest thing, a piece that I've never seen, is Ramses is offering a gazelle. He's offering a gazelle to Ra, the sun god. It is so beautiful, so unique. A unique statue from Heliopolis shows Ramses with a giant scarab on his head, thus showing his connection to the god of the sun Ra and the god of rebirth, the scarab Khepri. This is symbolic to say that the pharaoh makes the sun rise. It is absolutely amazing. In 1271 BC, in Ramses' 9th ruling year, the tension with the Hittites would stretch even more. The new king and son of Ramses' arch-enemy, Uri, had been exiled by his own uncle, who took up kingship of the Hittite Empire for allowing Ramses to seize power over Dapur. Uri fled to Egypt and sought refuge at Pirames, with permission granted by Ramses himself. He may have been a ruthless warrior, but it does appear he could take pity of those in need. The new Hittite king, Hattusilus, had written several letters to Ramses asking for the return of Uri.
However, it appears Ramses refused each request, saying that he had no idea of the whereabouts of the disgraced Uri. A year of seemingly peaceful times would pass, disregarding a short campaign into Lebanon. Then, in 1269 BC, it was now Ramses' 10th year as pharaoh. The Hittite city of Dapur, which was under Egyptian control, began to show favor towards the Hittite king Hattusilus. Ramses would not be allowing this to happen. He yet again went north with his army and 6 principal sons. Although this was another victory against the Hittites, Hattusilus and Ramses would reach a breaking point which could end in all-out war. The ancient capital city of Egypt, known as Memphis, had stood for 2,000 years already by the time Ramses was king. He had visited this site many times before. By year 11 of Ramses' reign, in 1268 BC, the king then again turned his mind towards his building legacy. Many of his monuments had near completion, and the decoration stages had begun. Memphis would now be a main point of interest to Ramses. Although quite well established by this time, Ramses commissioned many new temples, mainly dedicated to the god of the craftsmen and local deity of Memphis, known as Ptah. One of Ramses' trusted army officials that went into battle with him at Kadesh, Ptahmes, was named by Ramses as mayor of Memphis, as well as the overseer of the sacred sites there. Ramses' 4th son, yet the 2nd son from his 2nd wife, Iset Nofret, now that the wars had seemingly calmed down, was sent to Memphis and made a deputy priest of Ptah. This son was Khaemwaset. This trusted son of Ramses would become part of the Ramses mythology. Khaemwaset was further educated in Memphis and was destined to become the high priest of Ptah. It was while living at Memphis that Khaemwaset would travel to many of the Delta sites that had already been there for thousands of years. Although many of these temples of the kings of the Old Kingdom were abandoned by now due to the disruption by Akhenaten and his religious revolution, only a few years prior, the prince would have seen that many of these sites had been left in disarray, and many were in very poor condition after thousands of years in the ancient Egyptian weather. Khaemwaset proposed a vast country-wide restoration project to his father Ramses. The project would include the restoration of the old cult temples of previous pharaohs going all the way back to the 3rd dynasty, as well as reinstating priests to worship these ancestors once again. Khaemwaset also set out to restore major monuments in his father's name. Many of the pyramids were decaying. Khaemwaset had these restored. He restored the pyramid of Sahura at Abu Sir, the pyramid of Userkaf, and at Saqqara, the pyramid of Unas from the 5th dynasty was part of this restoration, with Khaemwaset having Ramses' name stamped on the outside, stating that Ramses and Khaemwaset had restored the tomb of Unas. This prince did not stop at only restoring. He also added additions to existing statues of other kings. Many previous pharaohs often changed names on statues of their ancestors. This was a common practice in Egypt for a pharaoh.
What is your opinion on Ramses II changing so many of the statues and the names? We know he's not the only pharaoh who did this.
But some people think that when the king put his name on a statue is to remove the history of this king. That's not true. When Ramses II put his name on a statue, he tried to renew the past, to renew the history of this person, not to damage his history.
Yeah, taking on that energy from that pharaoh.
Exactly.
Ramses is often given a bad reputation for this, yet many kings did this. Tutmosis III, Sesostris, etc. almost every ruler of Egypt had statues of previous kings altered. Although the number of statues Ramses had usurped is most likely very little, as he did rule for an unprecedented time, and had the time to have his own statues commissioned. The usurping and altering of a few previous pharaohs' images would only have been a ritual act to connect to the king. Since Ramses and his family were not of royal blood, this was a way of showing through this usurpation of statues that Ramses was connected with previous kings of the land, and Khaemwaset was the one who helped with this task. Khaemwaset can be seen as the first ever Egyptologist. The prince would spend most of his years visiting tombs, reading and writing down what he saw. In some cases, making sure that tombs were secured and restored. The prince would then become a hermit-like creature and live underground in Saqqara at the Serapeum, where he studied and wrote the histories of Egypt while among the mummified Apis bulls. Khaemwaset was rewarded for much of his work by Ramses, being commemorated on the side of a colossal statue of the pharaoh in Memphis. This beautiful statue of Ramses was erected at the Temple of Ptah at Memphis and is one of the best ever crafted statues, not just of Ramses, but of any pharaoh in history. The fallen giant features the son of Ramses, Khaemwaset, on the side of his leg, supporting his father, while on the other side is Khaemwaset's sister, Bintanaf, who would play an important role in Ramses' life much later on. Throughout Egypt, we can find colossal statues of Ramses, from Memphis to Karnak, all crafted with precision.
This fallen statue of Ramses II allows us to see up close some details that we might miss. You can see the expert craftsmanship of the ancient Egyptians. You can see the muscle here that bends around and goes in. And over here, the nerves, as the pharaoh is gripping his hand, you can see how tense his hand is. Underneath, you can see the fine curve of his back leading down to his leg, with again the muscles that are visible, not overly visible, just subtle enough to get the idea of the musculature of the pharaoh.
Khaemwaset and Ramses' exploration and re-veneration of the past pharaohs was not only contained to Memphis. They arrived at Giza. Burial site for the family, officials, and pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. The tomb of Merit-Amun, the princess of the builder of the Great Pyramid, was on their list of visited sites, as well as her husband, Kawab. Khaemwaset had an inscription added to the statue of Kawab. Nearby this tomb in front of the Great Pyramid, Ramses and his prince commissioned a small temple and dedicated it to Isis. Although ransacked through the millennia, some fragments of Ramses' temple remain here. This would make way for Ramses to connect to the great god of the Giza plateau, Horemakhet, the Great Sphinx. Around the Great Sphinx there have been several pharaohs building their own votive temples to the god Horus of the Horizon, or Horemakhet as the Egyptians call him. This resurgence in the worship of the Great Sphinx arose in the dynasty preceding Ramses, where we know from the stela found at the paws of the Sphinx that Thutmosis IV restored the Sphinx and even added a statue of himself in front of the Great Sphinx. Ramses would have visited here several times with his family, including Nefertari and his other children, to give votive offerings to the Sphinx. The so-called dream stealer names the Sphinx as the image of Pharaoh Khafra. Thus, another way for Ramses to show his devotion to the ancestors of royalty. The statue of Thutmose IV is now missing, and we can't be sure if Ramses would have added a statue of himself between the paws of the Sphinx, as he did with many other sphinxes around the country. Several objects with Ramses' name have been found around the Sphinx, including many stelae and stone scarabs, even a stela of Ramses showing two bound enemies, Nubian and Hittite. Ramses came here to give thanks for his victories. Yet, in France, at the Louvre Museum in Paris, is a great clue to Ramses' worship of the Sphinx. Between the paws, he had built an offering temple, and the two walls lining the temple are here. One shows Ramses before the Great Sphinx wearing a Nemes headcloth while burning incense, and the other shows the same scene but with Ramses wearing the blue crown. Interestingly, the statue of Thutmose between the paws does appear to be missing by this time. We know that Nefertari did accompany Ramses to the Sphinx temple on occasion. Ramses had the small rest house built by Tutankhamun renovated to suit his own visits to Giza, and many of the scenes show Ramses with Nefertari and Prince Ramses coming to the site. By year 12 of Ramses' reign, in 1267 BC, the pharaoh was around 35 years old. Ramses had a fondness for jewelry, and having such a large family and large staff, he would often gift them with beautiful pieces of jewelry. The gold was brought from the mines in Nubia, a reason why Ramses had to maintain power there. Lapis and special jewels would come from the north, another reason to have power in trade. But a stone that the Egyptians rarely loved was turquoise. This light blue stone was connected to the goddess of love and beauty, Hathor. There had been a mine in Sinai for turquoise for 1,000 years by the time of Ramses, but of course Ramses needed much of this stone. He added several additions to the temple of Hathor there, and many of the scenes in Sinai show Nefertari right next to Ramses performing ceremonies there. We don't know when exactly they visited this area, but it would be possibly around this time of relative stability in the north and south. The turquoise would come in handy with the arising diplomatic discussions with their ultimate foe, the Hittites. For now, 10 years would pass, where Ramses and the king of the Hittites, Hattusilus, exchanged letters back and forth. In fact, we know that the letters between Ramses and Hattusilus, written in cuneiform, were rather hostile. It would be Ramses' mother writing to the queen of the Hittites, Pudehipa, to try and calm the situation. Yet the ultimate peacemaker would be Nefertari. Nefertari mutually exchanged letters and gifts with the king and the queen of the Hittites. It is possible that Nefertari was becoming tired of the issues between Egypt and the Hittites. One of the best preserved letters from Nefertari shows us a great rapport between herself and Pudehipa. Around the time of this letter, both the health of Hattusilus and Nefertari began to decline.
The great queen, Nefertari of the land of Egypt, speaks thus to my sister, Pudehipa, the great queen of the Hittite land. I, your sister, also be well. May your country be well. Now, I have learned that you, my sister, have written to me asking after my health. You have written to me because of the good friendship and brotherly relationship between our brother and the king of Egypt. The Egyptian sun god and the Hittite storm god will bring about peace, and he will make the brotherly relationship between the great kings last forever. I have sent you a gift in order to greet you, my sister. For your neck, a necklace of pure gold, composed of 12 bands and weighing 88 shekels, blue-colored linen for one royal dress for the king, and a total of 12 linen garments.
Between the discussions of Ramses, Mut-Tuya Nefertari, Hattusilus, and Puddaheppa during 1263 BC, the year 16 of Ramses' reign, a great sadness would spread through Egypt. The symbol of the king's strength on earth had died. This was the Apis bull. The country would have been plunged into a mourning period. During this time, the sacred bull would be mummified as if it were a pharaoh. Khaemwaset, who was the overseer of the Serapeum, would have prepared the bull for burial. A grand ceremony was held with Ramses in the lead. The bull was mummified at the Temple of Ptah in Memphis. Crowds would gather for the funeral, which processioned all the way past the Avenue of Sphinxes into the Serapeum. The bull, which was covered in jewels and a gold death mask, was taken deep below into the Serapeum catacombs and laid to rest in its own giant granite sarcophagus. After which, a new sacred bull would be chosen to represent the strength of the king. The deep catacombs of the Serapeum would be greatly extended by Khaemwaset in his father's name. The lifespan of a well-cared-for bull is around 25 years. Ramses would have buried over 6 bulls during his long reign. There were many major players in the discussions with the Hittites to try and weed out peace. These 3 were Pa-Ser, the vizier, and Prince Khaemwaset, and Nem-Times. These 3 men were sent as envoys to Hattusilus to personally deliver the letters between the Egyptians and the Hittites. In 1997, the tomb of Nem-Times was discovered at Saqqara, which revealed much of the missing part of the discussions. In the tomb, Nem-Times is named as Ramses' royal envoy to all foreign lands, the chief steward of Memphis, overseer of the works in the Temple of Ptah, fan-bearer on the right of the king, and most interestingly, the eyes of the king. Nem-Times was a very important individual to Ramses, so much so that the king afforded him a magnificent tomb at Saqqara. At the very central view of the tomb is a large statue of the goddess Hathor.
This beautiful Hathor cow is coming out of the mound, out of the tomb, with Ramses II. Right here, beautiful colors, beautiful yellow and blue nemes. She has the beautiful eye of Ra. It's absolutely stunning to see this. And we see this quite often during the 19th dynasty. And down here is the burial chamber. So she's protecting the burial chamber, but also welcoming the sarcophagus and the mummy into the tomb during the funeral.
Around year 18 in 1261 BC, Nem-Times returned to Egypt with a letter from Puddaheppa to Ramses and Nefertari, asking that they send Egyptian doctors to the land of Hatti to see to the failing health of Hattusilus. Puddaheppa ends the letter again, calling herself and Hattusilus your servant. Ramses would agree to send the doctors in return for the Hittites to stop requesting the return of the exiled Prince Uri. It appears that the Egyptian doctors were able to help Hattusilus, who then appears to have made a trip to discuss the clauses of a peace treaty in person with Ramses at Pirames in the Delta. A letter from an unnamed Hittite king was discovered and hints towards being written by Hattusilus to a Syrian prince. Get ready so that we may hasten to Egypt and say, "The will of the god has happened," and we shall speak directly to Ramses Usermaedra. He gives breath to whomever he wills, and every foreign land exists according to his wish. Hatti is in his sole power. By 1259 BC, year 21 of Ramses' reign, the demanding of the return of Uri became a source of tension again. It appears that Nefertari, whose own health was failing, intervened. In my opinion, Ramses probably relented only due to the health concerns of Nefertari, and would not want to be away from her at war again. The discussions between Ramses, Hattusilus, Mut-Tuya Nefertari, Pudehipa, Paser, and Nemtimes to draw up a peace treaty between Egypt and Hatti finally happened.
We know that Ramses II, in my opinion, if you look at all the scenes in the temples, Ramses II tried to show that the reason that he was defeated at the beginning because he had a spy to tell him wrong information. And if you look at the way of how the scenes was depicted in Abu Simbel and Ramesseum and Luxor, you can really see that Ramses did not win the war. But after that, he made more than 10 wars against the Hittites. And he won. Yeah. He won the war. And this is why the king of the Hittites asked for peace. And Ramses II signed the first peace treaty in Pirames in the Delta. Ramses II is the only king in the world that started the peace treaty with the Hittites. And the peace treaty is really amazing to show how Ramses II and the king of the Hittites wanted peace, and how he married 2 daughters of the king of the Hittites.
The 2 opposing kings signed a peace treaty on the 10th of November, 1259 BC. The final treaty was presented on 2 silver plates, one in cuneiform and the other in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Of course, other copies were made. Ramses had the contents of the treaty inscribed on a wall at Karnak Temple. In the 18th article of the treaty, Ramses and Hattusilus agreed to never attack each other again, and that both countries would assist each other in times of need. The decades-long tension between the Egyptians and the Hittites had ceased, and this event would be known as the first ever peace treaty in history. 2 years later, in 1257 BC, Ramses' 23rd year reigning, the woman who had a helping hand in the peace treaty, the woman who raised him to become the strong ruler, and who instilled the will to have as many heirs as possible without incest, Ramses' mother, Mut-Tuya, died. The king's mother was prepared for burial at the Ramesseum in a smaller temple built for her. Ramses had a large granite statue of his mother erected at the Ramesseum, since the temple was meant as the resurrection site for the king after death. You need a mother to be reborn, and thus Ramses had uniquely elevated his mother by honoring her at the Ramesseum. Centuries later, Roman Emperor Hadrian relocated this statue of Ramses' mother to Italy, and today the queen can be marveled on at the Vatican. Because this statue was damaged when taken to Rome for the emperor, Ramses' sister on the side, Henumitra, has been given a Roman skirt. Mut-Tuya's death may have come a little prematurely, as her tomb in the Valley of the Queens in Luxor does not appear to have been finished. Much of the red ochre lines are still visible, and the images on the walls are unfinished. Only one scene remains of Mut-Tuya, where the others appear unfinished and vandalized when the tomb was reused centuries later. Mut-Tuya's tomb does show signs it was more complete, Unlike the wife of Ramses I, Satra, Ramses II's grandmother's tomb that shows only the draft stages in black and red ink, it appears that the focus was on the pharaoh's tomb, while the other queens' tombs may have been constructed with less priority. Neither of these queens could have fathomed the beauty of Ramses II's wife's tomb, Nefertari. Less than 2 years would now pass. Ramses hastened the final touches on the temples at Abu Simbel. Nefertari's health had begun to rapidly decline now. It was Ramses' wish to show the temples to his wife and to make sure that Nefertari was able to see the temple dedicated to her. In February 1255 BC, the 24th year of Ramses' reign, himself and Nefertari set sail toward Nubia for the inauguration of the 2 temples. Unknowingly, this would be the last journey of Nefertari, and this journey would change the trajectory of Ramses' life for eternity. The royal couple arrived before the 2 enormous temples by boat. The then painted facades gleaming in the sunlight.
At the center of the facade is a god known as Ra-Horakhti, meaning Horus of the horizon. In a smaller figure next to Ramses is his chief wife, Nefertari. On the opposite side is Ramses' mother, Mut-Tuya. Tied up below their feet are the African captives. By building this temple in Nubia and showing the captives, Ramses was sending out a strong message. The captives were from Nubia, Kush, Meroe, Libya, and beyond. There is a change on the opposite side below Ramses and Nefertari. These are the tied-up captives of the north, identified by their unique hairstyles. Canaanites, Hittites, Assyrians, Persians, and more. The temple was commissioned after Ramses' Battle of Kadesh and took over 20 years to complete. Ramses pleasing Amun was the ancient name. Now it is called Abu Simbel because in 1813, when explorers were led here by a young boy, his name was Simbel. The temple now means the father of Simbel. As we walk past the colonnaded hall here, Ramses II on either side as Osiris. It's amazing to have this temple all to myself at sunrise, because I get to witness the phenomenon of the sunrise on the statues of Ramses, Amun, Ptah, and Ra. On this site, he wanted to remind us of his greatest achievements. Above, we can see where Ramses II had his coronation, at Jebel Barkal, down in Sudan, just a few kilometers from here. There's Ramses standing before the serpent coming out of the mound. That signifies the sacred mound of Amun in Nubia. Visually, Amun is distinct from his crown with 2 feathers. He often appears with blue skin as he was the hidden god, the god that was always present. Amun had many roles in ancient Egypt. He was the supreme god, the king over all gods. He was connected with the strength of the ram, which is why Ramses often wears the ram's horn of Amun. He is always shown in the company of the gods, like the fierce lioness goddess, Sekhmet, the one who symbolized strength in war. Apart from the god of the living, Amun, Ramses also connected himself to the god of the dead, Osiris. My absolute favorite scene inside Abu Simbel is this one. It is Ramses with the goddess Mut. Yet, Mut over here is again Nefertari. Nefertari is holding him behind the head, pulling him in by the arm, ready to to give him a kiss. It is so touching, so beautiful, so romantic, exactly how Ramses II was with his wife.
The second columned hall features Ramses in intimate, direct scenes with the gods. The Temple of Ramses may have been his monument to himself, yet the temple next door was reserved for the veneration of Nefertari.
The smaller temple at Abu Simbel, yet it's the more beautiful one. It's the first time I've ever been in here by myself. I have time to observe the face of Hathor, the face of Nefertari, inside this beautiful temple. But my favorite scene is further down here. It is the inner sanctum with the statue of Hathor coming out. Nefertari underneath the chin of Hathor. Over here is Ramses giving offerings to both of them. And around the side over here is Ramses and Nefertari seated on the throne of Egypt, shown at the same height, shown as equals.
A very strong female presence is in this temple, not only through the gods, but through Nefertari's image repeated over and over. She wears the mother goddess crown of Mut. Ramses shown wearing the horns of Amun, connecting these two spiritually. The king holds out incense. This act would have been for eternity, as when people walk down the center, he's burning incense for the offerings coming to his great royal wife. Here, Ramses writes a dedication where he says that Nefertari is the one for whom the sun shines. He wanted to show the importance of his wife, and thus he put these two statues of her on the facade at the same height as himself.
Standing next to their parents are the children of Ramses and Nefertari. Here is a young prince. On this side is another young prince, shown with their beautiful side lock of youth. And what's interesting is, beneath the father, we have the sons. And next to the mother, we have the daughters.
Though Nefertari came down on the barge with Ramses and his family, there is one sad monument here that many overlook that tell us the reality of the situation.
Possibly the saddest scene here at Abu Simbel is on a stela on the side. It is showing Nefertari seated on a throne, enclosed by a canopy that usually was associated with death. We see Ramses II with their daughter Merit-Amun offering to the gods. Nefertari is seated below because at this point she had already died.
This stela is even created in a way that resembles an altar with steps leading to it. This sad scene indicates to us that Nefertari never got off the boat to see the inside of her temple. She was too ill. Upon returning to Luxor, Nefertari died. This woman, who had been a symbol of power and grace for the country, the love of Ramses' life, was now gone. The thing with Egyptology is there is so much information written that people often do not go and look at the original sources, and the regurgitation of the information that may not be correct keeps getting repeated over and over, a mistake even I have made. For many years now, the information that has been spread about Nefertari is that she died when she was 30 years old. Yet, the real calculations of her death date compared to when she met Ramses put her at living nearer to 50 years old. This is the reason for my research, to go back to the original sources and check the facts compared to the repeated misinformation that we keep hearing. And doing so, we have given Nefertari the gift of a few more years of life. Nefertari's body was mummified at the small temple next to the Ramesseum in Luxor. The full 70 days of mummification would have taken place. In this time, the grief-stricken Ramses would have ordered the final touches of Nefertari's tomb to be completed. Although Nefertari's tomb had been years in the planning, originally started under the tomb designer Baqi, the final touches would be overseen by the successor of the royal tomb planning, a man named Pa-Shedu. Many of the stylistic elements that Pa-Shedu's tomb has can be seen in the tomb of Nefertari. The hand of the designer is there. We can understand that the tomb has elements that were rushed. Some parts have paint dripping down in a hasty move. The tomb would have been finished even as Nefertari's body was being brought in. Ramses laid his queen to rest in the most beautiful tomb in all of Egyptian history. The tomb centers around Nefertari and pushes her forward to meet with the gods directly. Ramses wanted to ensure his great royal wife would be accepted into the next life, so that one day he could meet with her again.
I remember recently I was in the Valley of the Queens before the tomb was closed for restoration, and an English lady came out of the tomb crying. I asked her, "Why do you cry?" And she said, "Because it is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life."
Nefertari is turned into the god of the next life, Osiris. She has become a god. The ceiling is decorated with the finest blue night sky with stars to show the sky and the ancestors that she would join as a star. Many have said that the tomb does not show Ramses nor any of the family members. Nefertari is the focus, but as we know from the image of Ramses in Seti's tomb and temple that he showed himself as a young priest with the side lock of hair. The same image is shown in Nefertari's tomb. This is Ramses in her tomb. The youthful image of the pharaoh is his hope to be young again with Nefertari in the next life. We can actually hear in Ramses' own translated words the love he felt for Nefertari. "My love is unique. No one can rival her, for she is the most beautiful woman alive. Just by passing, she has stolen away my heart. She who fills the colonnaded halls with her perfume of the land of Punt, her perfect breast draped in the finest of white linens, slender-necked. Gold is nothing compared to her arms. Her fingers are like lotus petals. Her waist is narrow, round buttocks, skin as fair and soft as milk. Her hair is the color of the darkest lapis, beautiful of face. My love for her is unique. No one can rival her, for she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Beloved of Mut, Nefertari, the beauty of beauties." The ceiling of Nefertari's tomb indicated a turning point in Ramses' life. It is clear that he went into a depression after this. His mother had died, followed by the love of his life, and the woman he relied on for his whole life, Nefertari, was now gone too. Ramses would no longer engage in war after this. He would focus more and more on his religious duties. From the day Ramses became pharaoh, the work on his grandiose tomb began. Ramses had clear images of his father's tomb in his mind and ordered the royal tomb designer, Baqi, to design an even grander and more complex tomb than his father Seti. But another problem would arise soon. Ramses had more sons and daughters than any other pharaoh, over 150. Where were they to be buried? Especially the sons. These were potential pharaohs by being the son of Ramses. A great project was planned for princes that would not become pharaoh. One by one, they would eventually be buried in a large tomb complex in the Valley of the Kings, across from the tomb of Ramses himself, now known as KV5. The tomb was expanded constantly during Ramses' reign, to have now 150 chambers, each destined for a son. The sad reality is that Ramses outlived many of his children. Just 1 year after Nefertari died, in 1254 BC, the 25th year of Ramses' reign, their son, Pharaoh died. A big blow to the pharaoh to see one of his first sons die. Pharaoh was the first to be buried in KV5. Still grieving from Nefertari's death, now one of his principal sons would die. Only a few months after the death of Pharaoh the firstborn son from Nefertari, the crowned prince, Amun-Hetep, also died. Life expectancy was not long in the ancient world, so Ramses' long life was already seen as unusual. The prince that Ramses had trained himself, Amun-Hetep, was now dead. He too was placed in a chamber in KV5. One may even argue that KV5 is the largest construction project commissioned by Ramses. As each of his sons would eventually be interred in the tomb, they would pass a variety of finely decorated hallways, and before entering the burial chambers, they would pass a statue of Osiris. The statue was in the form of Ramses as Osiris. Thus, the pharaoh would oversee the steps for each son to enter into the next life personally as the god of the next life himself. Although much of the tomb was looted in antiquity and damaged by flooding and earthquakes, many objects were discovered, reinforcing the fact that it was intended for Ramses' sons. There were many pottery shards, ushabti figurines, and canopic jars. All of these objects contained several of the names of Ramses' sons, but the most interesting finds were the human remains of two of the princes with their skeletons intact. Up to 6 skulls have been found in the tomb, showing that the princes were buried there. However, probably due to the large family, not every prince was given the full mummification process. Ramses had, of course, a large amount of people working for him, as well as a large population to take care of. For the officials, scribes, and the tomb carvers, mud brick makers, farmers, and merchants, Ramses was their pharaoh. They listened to him and paid taxes to the pharaoh and the temples. Since Ramses had been around for so long, many of these people had never known any other pharaoh. In 1254 BC, in the 26th year of Ramses' reign, when he was around 50 years old, his vizier Paser died. He was replaced by a new vizier named Kai. This new vizier proposed a new tax reform to Ramses, since the granaries were overflowing and the country was prospering. The thriving economy meant that the population could have more time to enjoy life. The new tax reform was copied by many scribes and suggests every man who has not enough harvest for himself need not pay tax. One scribe named Panesi wrote a list of farmers in the delta. There are 8,760 farmers, 13,080 goat herders, 22,530 men breeding birds, 3,920 donkey men. This was just in the delta. We aren't sure of the full extent of the agriculture in Middle Egypt and Upper Egypt. A drama did take place around this time, where the vizier was accused of falsely throwing a farmer in a well and placing this farmer's wife and children in shackles for not paying their taxes. This went to court, and Ramses ultimately decided that the tax was sufficiently paid, and that the vizier should compensate the family. This shows us that the extent of Egypt's political makeup, at least around Ramses' reign, was strong and created around justice. Of course, there was another special village that was completely untaxed, at least in Ramses' reign: Deir el-Medina. This village was founded at the start of the 18th dynasty by Pharaoh Amenhotep I. It was abandoned during the reign of Akhenaten and slowly began repopulating under Tutankhamun. By the time Ramses was pharaoh, the village was at its peak and the population was immense. On the west bank of the Nile, hidden between the mountains, Deir el-Medina had two names. The original was simply Pa Demi, the village, but eventually it was named Set Ma'at, the place of truth or justice. This special place housed the men and the families that built the royal tombs. These men and women were all skilled at their jobs. The men were some of the best artists and workmen that Egypt had ever seen. And because they were building the tombs of the pharaohs, queens, and royal family members, they would have unprecedented knowledge of the layout of the tombs, as well as the final contents of the treasures inside. Ramses entrusted these people greatly. The reason that we know so much about the ancient Egyptians is that they wrote everything down, and Deir el-Medina was no exception. In fact, they wrote more than any other village in Egypt. Every resident was literate, and they wrote all the details down, most of them on pieces of limestone known as ostraca. The ostraca from Ramses' reign give us a real perspective of what the average person's life was like at the time. These men that worked every day on Ramses' tomb and his family's tombs would also create their own tombs. Dotted around the village are hundreds of tombs for these residents of Deir el-Medina. Some of these tombs rival the beauty and skill of the pharaohs. In these tombs, we find scenes from so-called everyday life rather than just religious themes. The tomb of Sennacherib, which was used to bury 8 of the workmen's family members, is one of the best preserved tombs in Deir el-Medina. Sennacherib worked for Seti and Ramses. He was given the title of Servant of the Palace of Truth, which means he was a tomb builder. However, he was also a scribe and a priest of Hathor who served the goddess of love and beauty at the temple in the village. He was not merely a tomb worker, he was a religious man. Another man who worked for Ramses was a scribe named Ramoses. Ramoses' official title was the scribe of the royal tombs. His role was to curate the religious texts for Ramses' royal tombs. Many Egyptologists have speculated that Ramoses was the wealthiest person in Deir el-Medina.
The village of Deir el-Medina is a hidden gem. It's literally a treasure trove of historical insights, particularly from the Ramesside period. In fact, the village could be considered one of history's earliest gated communities. This is because the artisans who lived here were responsible for constructing the opulent tombs of the pharaohs. The residents also carved their own elaborate rock-cut tombs right next to their homes. This would have allowed their families to offer prayers and bring offerings to their departed loved ones. These tombs have vibrant colors and are so beautifully decorated with intricate designs, which really highlight the skills of these workers. Most importantly, the discovery of ostraca and papyri at Deir el-Medina has unveiled a rich tapestry of daily life, from official records like divorces and property matters to more mundane details of shopping lists and some interesting personal messages. These can be considered like modern notepads, but particularly intriguing is the absence of work ostrakon, which does date to the reign of Ramesses himself. It basically provides a list of all the reasons or excuses that the workers were absent from work. Scorpion bites were a common ailment, as were illnesses that affected the eyes, the legs, the hands. The state also had a medical infrastructure for the workers, and they were even given sort of their own band-aids and essential medical supplies like honey, sepet oil, incense and fats. These are all ingredients that we find in medical remedies. But what's truly fascinating is the community's approach to those with disabilities. So unlike some cultures of the time, where those with disabilities were often abandoned, the ancient Egyptians ensured that those who were physically, visually, or otherwise challenged were treated as equal members of society. And then in Deir el-Medina, we also have snippets of these little texts about individuals. So, for instance, there's a worker called Prehotep who complained that the scribe Kenekepshev never invited him over for a beer. He grumbles that Kenekepshev only summoned him when there was work to be done. And in his own words, he says he was being treated like a donkey. Then there's Paneb, the quintessential bad boy of Deir el-Medina. Accusations against him range from bribing Kenekepshev to help him climb the ranks. Paneb allegedly had affairs with several married women. His misdeeds didn't stop there though. He was also accused of misappropriating labor and resources for personal gain. And let's not forget the time that he actually hurled bricks at party goers. So a real bad boy, but we have to ask ourselves, how bad can one individual be? Was Paneb truly a villain, or is this just character assassination by a disgruntled colleague? I guess we will never know. The first mention of Paneb dates back to year 42 of Ramesses' reign. It's recorded in an ostrakon, which is now in the British Museum.
Many of these nobles who worked under Ramses appreciated the king's presence in their life, and they wanted to ensure that the pharaoh was still with them in the next life after they had died. Ramses had been shown in many of the noble tombs on the West Bank in Luxor. In the nobles' exquisitely decorated tombs, some scenes of Ramses have been discovered. In fact, the pharaoh was always shown as one of the gods in the tomb. For instance, Osiris in Pashedu's tomb has the features of Ramses. In the tomb of Ipi, though now damaged, once showed Ramses appearing in the window of appearance and throwing down gold necklaces to the public. An exquisitely decorated tomb belonging to the foreman of Deir el-Medina, filled with exceptional imagery and vivid color, once featured a wooden doorway in the tomb. The door, which is now in Turin in Italy, features the vizier and foreman, and dedications to Ramses around. This was originally in his home at Deir el-Medina, but when he died, it was moved into his tomb. Along the mountain, in another tomb, badly damaged, is an image of Ramses himself, shown with the blue crown. The image of Ramses is so badly damaged, it's only a faint outline that remains, almost as if it is the ghost of the pharaoh coming out of the wall.
Ramses II, seated on a throne, with a little sphinx as the throne, and this black soot that you see here, this is from more modern times, because these tombs have been used as houses hundreds of years ago, and people would make fires in here. The smoke would damage the walls. Luckily that stopped, but there's still history from modern and ancient times right here.
Further down along the mountain of Luxor, I am searching for a special image of Ramses, something we don't see in much of his imagery. In the tomb of Nakht-Amun, a rare image of Ramses remains, Osiris seated, with Ramses standing behind him, wearing the blue crown and a fine linen dress. But something about Ramses is different here. He is shown with a full beard. Mostly pharaohs are not shown with full beards. The Old Kingdom pharaohs sometimes had moustaches, and in the Middle Kingdom there are examples of rulers with full beards. But by the time of Ramses, beards were not in vogue. There is another ostraca that shows Ramses again with a full beard. Some have suggested that it shows the king in mourning, but there is a possibility that for a while at least, Ramses may have had actually sported a beard. Though ritual shaving was the norm, Ramses was often not clean-shaved. As we know, he had his own hair for much of his life. During this grieving time, when several of Ramses' vast families started to die before him, preparations were being made for a great event. Not all pharaohs got to celebrate this event because of the shorter life expectancy, but Ramses would be part of a handful of kings that did, the Heb-Sed festival, or as we would say, his Jubilee. In 1250 BC, the 30th year of Ramses' reign, he was 54 years old, and his duty to reclaim his strength to the country and celebrate his Jubilee were upon him. Khaemwaset took up a great journey throughout the country to announce the Jubilee. From the north in the delta to the border of Nubia, the prince can be seen at the quarry of Jebel Silsila making the announcement with his mother and wife of Ramses, Iset Nofret. Another announcement was made at the island of Bega, as well as another announcement made at one of the island granite quarries of Sahel. The intent behind this announcement tour was not only to celebrate Ramses' first Jubilee, but to invite the population to come and witness the festivities firsthand. After his first Jubilee, consecutive Jubilees would take part every 3 years. Ramses totaled up 14 Jubilee celebrations. We know that the other Jubilees took place in Pirames, however, the first was special and would take place in Memphis, and more specifically, in the Heb-Sed court in front of the first ever pyramid in history. The population from north and south gathered at the Heb-Sed court. This was one of few times some people could physically see the pharaoh. The thousands of people would watch from all around. There was a special seating area for the royal family and dignitaries to watch from. The Jubilee would have taken place over several days. Many of the ceremonies performed would have the mirror of the coronation ceremony. This included religious acts, as well as physical displays of strength, like chasing a bull, raising a jed pillar, and running around the track. Once Ramses completed the Jubilee, the faith in the pharaoh's capability to rule was restored. Of course, at the age of 54, he was still capable, but by his old age, the Jubilee would have become more and more difficult. It is possible that the events were changed later for him, but the initial one would be the most important. In 2019, an amazing discovery was made near Memphis that showed the importance of the first ever Jubilee. Several stones from the temple were discovered showing Ramses performing his Jubilee rites, as well as a unique statue of the pharaoh. Above the king's head were 2 raised arms. This is the sign of the Ka, the spirit. This statue was one of 2 Ka statues with the raised arms of a pharaoh that have ever been discovered. Ramses' Ka statue was commissioned specifically just for his Jubilee. Now that Nefertari had died, Ramses was left without a great royal wife. His second wife, Iset Nofret, was then elevated to the role of chief wife. It appears that Ramses spent very little time with Iset Nofret. She lived out in the Fayum oasis and was the overseer of Ramses' harem there. There had been a long tradition of pharaohs having a harem out in the Fayum, and since Ramses believed in producing many heirs without incest, the harem of Fayum would have been a priority. Being the second wife, Iset Nofret would have performed religious roles at the temple of Renenutet in Fayum. Here we have found depictions of Ramses on the temple walls.
This temple has such a vast history, started in the 12th dynasty by Sobek Neferu and her father. But we have a scene inside here of Ramses II. We see Ramses II in the middle, with the god Sobek on the side, the god Anubis on the other side, and they're pouring out these beautiful ankh shapes, which are symbolic for water, holy water, purification water.
The election of Iset Nofret as the new great royal wife was no surprise. The two sons of Nefertari had also died now. Iset Nofret's son, Prince Ramses, was now the named successor. Iset Nofret is shown very seldomly. One statue is known. She is on the side of one of Ramses' granite statues in Luxor. She makes an appearance at Silsila and again in a rock inscription on Sahel Island near Aswan. She served as great royal wife for less than 5 years, as the same year after the Jubilee, in 1250 BC, at the age of 50, Iset Nofret died. Another great blow to the family of Ramses. Ramses may have prepared a tomb for her in Saqqara, near the Serapeum, though it appears she was buried in Luxor in the Valley of the Queens in a roughly finished tomb, QV 58. Now that both of Ramses' principal wives were gone, what was he to do? The Hittite king Hattusilus had died. His son Tadhilia became the new king of Hatti. Pudehipa, the now widowed queen of the Hittites, wanted to secure the good bonds between Egypt and Hatti. She would offer her daughter to Ramses as a new wife, a discussion of marriage that would go on for 4 years. Egypt needed a queen. Ramses then chose his first daughter from Nefertari, Merit-Amun, to become the new great royal wife. It is important to note that Merit-Amun served only as a ceremonial wife of Ramses. They did not have a sexual relationship, nor did they have children. Ramses disapproved of interfamilial relations, all due to the incestual downfall of the family of Tutankhamun. Merit-Amun had a great position in the royal court. She was in effect the replacement of Nefertari, who had been trained by Nefertari in how to serve the country. Merit-Amun was honored on many monuments throughout Egypt. She is shown on many large statues of Ramses carved by his side with a supportive hand raised. At Karnak, Ramses erected a colossal statue of himself in the first courtyard. This unique commission features a queen in a smaller scale standing in the front of the pharaoh. This beautiful woman is none other than Merit-Amun. Further north in the city of the god Min, named Akhmin, the temple of Ramses had a colossal statue of Merit-Amun erected. One of the biggest dedications to a royal daughter ever. This beautiful stone image of Merit-Amun is wearing a Greek button earring of Nefertari. She must have inherited them from her mother. Up in the delta, there is a city that worshipped the cat goddess Bastet. Although pharaohs are not shown often worshipping Bastet, she was more for the common folk. Ramses wanted to please the people there and added additions to the temple in Bubastis. Though Ramses didn't worship Bastet, if he showed himself with the goddess, it showed he was approved by the goddess, and thus the people of Bubastis would feel more fondly about him.
The reason why you see me climbing up this rock is because we have this image of the cat goddess Bastet. It was originally up here, someone's pushed it down, probably the Christians when they came to destroy this temple. But here is the cat goddess Bastet, shown with Ramses II, giving her an offering of what looks like to be bread in a bread mold.
The city of Bubastis was a mainly feminine city, and thus Merit-Amun was consulted much on the constructions there. For this, she was honored with yet another colossal statue, a central viewpoint within the city. Merit-Amun was a formidable woman, just as her mother was, Nefertari. In 1249 BC, the 31st year of Ramses' reign, a devastating earthquake shook the temples of Abu Simbel. The earthquake was so strong that one of the seated statues of Ramses on the facade crumbled and fell to the ground. It was irreparable. An Egyptian man who was the overseer of the affairs in Nubia, known as the Viceroy of Kush, commissioned a stela to commemorate the earthquake at Abu Simbel. Ramses said to the Viceroy, "You are a wholly trustworthy person, useful to his lord." To which he replied, "One does everything you have stated. Living Horus, beloved of Ma'at, it was not my fault that your statue has fallen."
When the earthquake struck at Abu Simbel in antiquity during Ramses' reign and the head fell down, do you think that was the reason why they appointed a new viceroy of Kush just after that?
I don't think that an earthquake to cut the head of the statue to make Ramses to fire someone who's in charge, this can happen today, but not in ancient times.
Around 1248 BC, the 32nd year of Ramses' reign, his beloved daughter and new great royal wife, Merit-Amun, who had served in many royal roles, including the Singer of Atum and the Oracle of Hathor, sadly died. She too was mummified at the Ramesseum, where this incredibly beautiful statue of her was installed. She was buried in the Valley of the Queens in tomb number 68. Although once well decorated, the tomb was badly damaged during the Christian period. Some scenes remain showing Merit-Amun dressed similarly to her mother Nefertari, and interestingly, a badly damaged wall shows Merit-Amun before Osiris as Ramses. Egypt, needing a queen to rule alongside Ramses, announced the new great royal wife, another daughter of Ramses and Nefertari, named Nebet-Tawi. Although around 1247 BC, Nebet-Tawi also passed away. Yet again, Ramses was in a grieving state. He buried his daughter in the Valley of the Queens in tomb 60. Very few images of the queen remain on the walls. From the graffiti showing the cross, we know that her tomb was repurposed later as a Christian worship site. In 1246 BC, the 34th year of Ramses' reign saw the conclusion of the discussion to marry a Hittite princess. The princess was sent with an escort of Egyptian soldiers. She was sent with a great dowry in tow, including Hittite soldiers, chariots filled with gold, silver and bronze, cattle, sheep, as well as 300 servants. Upon arriving in Pirames, shortly after Ramses' second jubilee, the princess was given a new name, Mahat-Hor Neferu. She was then also given the title of Great Royal Wife. To keep the Egyptian rule in the queenly roles, however, Ramses' sister, Henumitra, was also named as Great Royal Wife now. To commemorate this marriage to the Hittite princess, Maat-Hor Neferu, Ramses' new viceroy of Kush, named Hoi, who replaced the disgraced predecessor after the Abu Simbel earthquake incident, placed a new stela at Abu Simbel, showing their union. The stela also claims that this marriage proves the surrender of the Hittites, and that they would now give yearly tribute to the pharaoh. Shortly after their marriage, Maat-Hor Neferu gave birth to a daughter. To give thanks for this, Queen Pudahipa came for a royal visit to Egypt to, as she said, pour oils over her daughter's head. After this event, Maat-Hor Neferu was sent to oversee the harem in Fayum. A papyrus letter from the Hittite princess was discovered asking Ramses to send a specific length of linen to make dresses.
She had a disease called the plague. And that disease existed in Egypt for a long time. But she went actually to the temple of Karnak to visit the goddess Sekhmet. She was the goddess of healing. And she came to the delta for Sekhmet because Sekhmet was the goddess of healing. Then this queen wanted to be healed. And this is why she was always near the goddess Sekhmet.
I didn't know that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
By the year 1242 BC, during Ramses' 38th reigning year, when he was around the age of 63, an uprising started in Nubia. Ramses had to keep the Nubians under control to ensure the tribute of gold and organic goods kept flowing into Egypt. Being at a rather extended age, with a fourth jubilee approaching, Ramses' religious roles were far too important at this stage. Ramses did not and could not take part in the suppressing of the Nubians again. He sent his army into Nubia without the pharaoh following, led by his current crown prince, a son of Iset Nofret, also named Ramses. The army and the prince were victorious over the Nubians again, and returned to Egypt with over 7,000 Nubian captives and mounds of gold. This victory was commemorated in Nubia in the city of Amara, where a small temple was built by Ramses. For centuries, the taxes and tribute from Nubia would be sent to a specific place on the border of Egypt and Nubia, where they would be tallied and sent northwards. This outpost had a strategic placement and would ensure that no Nubians would slip past the watch of the pharaoh's soldiers. This was, of course, Elephantine Island. Several pharaohs had built temples here, and there was much habitation on the island too. At the center of the Nile, it was the perfect toll point. Ramses also built a temple here, where he appointed a new viceroy of Kush, as the current viceroy Huy had allowed this minor Nubian uprising to occur. The new viceroy would be the longest-lived viceroy under Ramses. His name was Seti I, a formidable man who had great vision on how Ramses could control Nubia even more. Seti I left many inscriptions behind, and some interesting ones on the island of Sahel, where he wrote, "I collected all the revenues of Kush. I took this tribute from Nubia like the sand of the shore. No other viceroy has ever achieved so much since the birth of Ramses." Seti I came up with a new way to control the Nile between Elephantine and Abu Simbel, to control the Nubian tributes. A few pharaohs had built small temples along this stretch. However, they were abandoned in the reign of Akhenaten and were laying in ruin, as Seti I tells. He ordered these temples to be repaired and reopened in the name of Ramses, as well as commissioning 3 new temples to be built. This project of building the new temples between the border of Egypt and Nubia would take around 6 years, an incredibly fast build. To make this possible, Ramses and Seti I made use of a large workforce from Nubia and Libya. The scribe Ramoses from Deir el-Medina wrote that he was sent by Seti I into Libya to bring back thousands of men to build these temples. The Libyan and Nubian workforce comprised of tens of thousands of men. During the construction of these new temples, the Hittite wife of Ramses, Mahat-Hor Neferu, died. Her tomb has never been found. Ramses had been offered another Hittite princess to marry, which he accepted in year 40 of his reign, around 1240 BC. Not much fanfare was made for the new Hittite bride. We don't even know her name. Only one recollection of this was found at Coptos. During this time, Ramses' sister and great royal wife, Henumitra, also died. She was buried in Tomb 75 in the Valley of the Queens. Like many of Ramses' queens, her tomb too had not escaped vandals. Her sarcophagus was reused around 100 years later by a priest, and the tomb was harmed during the Christian period. The role of the great royal wife would now fall to the firstborn daughter of Iset Nofret. Her name was Bintanath. She would be honored as great royal wife in the new temples in Nubia, which would be inaugurated in year 44 of Ramses' reign in 1236 BC. Not much remains of the Temple of Garf Hussein. The ancient Egyptian name for this temple was Per Ptah, the House of Ptah. It was issued by Seti, the Viceroy of Kush. This temple is built in the same style inside as Abu Simbel. Unfortunately, the interior is now underwater, and only the outer courtyard and one interior statue could be saved before being flooded by Lake Nasser in the 60s. At the Nubian Museum, one of the most magnificent interior statues from Garf Hussein remains on display. Roughly 160 kilometers south of Aswan, you will reach one of the most spectacular temples along Lake Nasser. It is called Wadi-es-Sebua, which translates from Arabic to English as Valley of the Lions. This name comes from the ancient legends of lions roaming here once, as well as the majestic entrance of the temple being lined by ferocious beasts. This would prove to be a very important site. Adjacent to Ramses' temple was a mud brick temple built by Amenhotep III, which had already fallen into decay. Ramses' temple at Wadi-es-Sebua was built very close to the Nile and experienced occasional flooding throughout ancient times. Captive Nubian enemies crouch below the human-headed lion sphinx of Ramses II on the south side, and Assyrian and Libyan enemies on the north. The sphinx was a harsh reminder that you obeyed the Egyptians here.
You know, I think the most important thing that made Ramses II to build this temple in Abu Simbel, I said because he wanted to be known, to be sure that he was going to be a god in the afterlife. And this is why he showed himself as a god. In the same time, the other temples was important for any Egyptian to fear the king of Kush. Yeah. He wanted to fear the people in the south by the presence of the king. And the presence of the king is to build temples for the worship of Amun. And Amun can be respected by the king of Kush, because you have to know that the kingdom of Kush was, he was the king. He was the enemy of Egypt all the time. And that's why when the Hyksos came to Egypt, they did make connection with the king of Kush, again is the king of Thebes, Seknen Ra. And this is why when they ruled in Dynasty 25, it was a time at the end of the Egyptian history. But before Egypt controlled on the south until the Sixth Cataract, then these temples were built for the fear, to fear the enemies of Egypt on the south. And also be able to make stability there. Because for any king to do any war on the east, he had to make stability in the south and take soldiers to help him for his campaign to build the empire.
This temple was originally named the Domain of Amun in the worship of Ramses.
This colossal statue of Ramses II holding the staff of Khnum, the creator god. But what's even more impressive is the dedication on the outside. Ramses II smiting the enemies, presenting them before Amun.
Wadi-es-Sebua was the official residence of Seti, the Viceroy of Kush. In year 35 of Ramses' reign, he entrusted the Egyptian nobleman Seti to set up this temple as the key trading point for people traveling to and from Egypt between Nubia. For centuries, this forecourt would have been bustling with traders. Imagine all of those animals we saw at Bait al-Wali would have been in here, people showing Seti what wares they were bringing into Egypt and what offerings and taxes they had to pay to continue. Seti left many autobiographical inscriptions here. Further in the temple, the pharaoh becomes divine.
Inside this temple, Ramses II is declaring himself to be a god. For in fact, we see the god Atum holding Ramses II with his name above Ramses, in essence, becoming a god. On the other side, we see Ramses II offering to Amun, Ra, and in the center, himself.
The hidden one, Amun, the king of the gods. On the other side, we see the god Geb, the god of the earth, seated with Ramses, being offered to by the pharaoh.
The inner sanctuary here shows Ramses II offering to several gods.
1,600 years after its construction, this temple was converted into a Christian church. Ramses on either side offering flowers, but now an image has been altered. In the center, we see an image of Saint Peter. This sanctuary would have originally housed the barge of the gods. On the walls, we see Ramses offering to the barge, an event that actually took place here. A diverse range of gods here, Anath on the left, Tefnut with the lioness head, Ramses, and the god of hunting and war named Anhur. Ramses had a very deep religious understanding. Many people were not allowed in these temples, so you had to have a deep understanding of what you were looking at.
Ramses offering incense to Ptah, himself, Geb, and a beautiful depiction of Hathor shown with the body of a woman and the head of a cow. Quite unique. But what I love the most is Ramses between Hathor and Geb, here shown in full color, wearing his war armor and beautiful blue lapis necklaces.
Further along the river, Seti built the temple, where Ramses was becoming even more connected to the gods. This is the Temple of Der. Dedicated to a triad of gods, no expense was spared in the decoration.
We have Ramses II standing by the tree of life. He's picking his name off of the tree, his royal name, and he is presenting his name towards the god Ptah and Sekhmet. And next to that, we have the god of wisdom, Thoth, writing down exactly what is happening. He's giving Ramses his name.
No war scenes inside this temple, rather religious scenes showing the Egyptians' fervent belief system. Vivid images of the gods like Hathor, the god of fertility, Amun-Min, Ramses frozen in time in procession.
Here is Ramses II, shown wearing the leopard dress with the cap crown. He is here, a high priest. But what's interesting, Ramses and the other priests are presenting the barge with a statue of Ramses towards, no guess, Ramses himself. As we go further south, Ramses is becoming more divine.
This temple feels completely unspoiled. No modern-day lighting, only bursts of sunlight coming through the door. I feel like one of the ancient explorers seeing this temple for the first time.
Ramses offering ma'at, justice, balance, to Amun, Ramses, and the wife of Amun, Mut. But here, Ramses is in the middle.
The priests raised Ramses to the level of a god for what he had accomplished in the country already.
Ramses on either side greeting us into his inner sanctum, burning incense before the barge of himself, the inner sanctum with the 4 seated statues and Ramses in the center. The king giving an offering to Ra, Ramses' namesake, Ramses II, shown here in the most beautiful color. Look at his skin, the nemes, the blue on his jewelry. It is absolutely breathtaking. And to be in this temple on Lake Nasser that was relocated, it's just incredible. But what's more incredible is I have this temple all to myself. And in some ways, I would like for tourists to come and see this. But in another way, I don't, because I don't want these places to lose their magic.
In the year 1230 BC, Ramses' 50th reigning year, when he was around the age of 76, another tragedy struck Ramses. Prince Ramses, the crown prince and eldest son from Iset Nofret, had died. He was buried in the tomb of the princes, KV5 in the Valley of the Kings. Prince Ramses' brother and son of Iset Nofret was named as successor, Khaemwaset. Khaemwaset at this point was living in the Serapeum as a hermit, devoting all of his time to studying and documenting Egyptian history, while fulfilling his role as high priest of Ptah in Memphis. Khaemwaset was even venerated 1,000 years later by the Greeks for his exceptional work. Yet this crown prince would soon also leave Ramses behind. In 1225 BC, during Ramses' 55th year as pharaoh, Khaemwaset died. This would have been devastating for Ramses, losing 2 sons within such a short time of each other, especially Khaemwaset, a son he had worked with so closely. Khaemwaset was not buried in the tomb of the princes in the Valley of the Kings. Ramses had him mummified in Memphis and was buried in the place he spent most of his life, the Apis Bull Catacombs, the Serapeum in Saqqara. In 1851, Auguste Mariette discovered the burial of Khaemwaset in the Serapeum.
Inside the Serapeum, that the remains of Ramses II's son were found with a golden death mask. The son of Ramses, the high priest of Ptah, lived down here and was buried in ceremony similar to the bulls that he was in charge of. It's quite incredible to see that a man was buried so simply when his father had prepared tombs for his brothers, for his sisters, for the queens. And yet, a high priest was given something so insignificant.
Although the mummy is missing, some objects from the burial remain. In Paris, at the Louvre Museum, among their large Egyptian collection, the burial artifacts of Khaemwaset can be found today. On his body, he had several splendid pieces of jewelry, one being a gold falcon with a ram's head, with its wings outstretched, inlaid with lapis, turquoise, and carnelian. A lapis amulet was found in the form of the god Ra, with Khaemwaset's name engraved. The other is a stunning golden necklace in the form of a temple, with a winged vulture, cobra, and ram-headed falcon. Above the wings appear the name of Ramses. This is most likely a necklace that Ramses had worn himself, which he gifted to his son during the burial. Not an unusual practice for Egyptians to leave their own objects in the tomb of their relatives. But the most amazing object belonging to the burial of Ramses' son was his death mask. The mask bears the features of Khaemwaset and is made from a thin sheet of gold hammered into form. We know that from tombs of Greek kings around the same time that this was a style typical of the period. Would Ramses II have had a death mask made in a similar way to Khaemwaset? Khaemwaset would then be succeeded by his brother, the son of Iset Nofret, Ramses' 13th son.
This rather fine-looking gentleman that looks like he's pouring out a cup of tea is actually the son of Ramses II, Nebet-Tawi.
This prince was already in his mid-50s around this time, and would ultimately succeed as pharaoh when his father Ramses had died.
After the death of Nefertari and Amun-Heb and his other family members, what do you think Ramses' later life would have been like?
You know, I did scan his mummy. I did not find any reason of why he died, but we had in his backbone to show that he really had an old age, and this is why he died after the age of 90. We have no scandals happen to him like Ramses III. At the end of Ramses III, he was murdered and was drinking, he had with ladies all the time, but we don't really have any story, any bad story written about Ramses, because he was really a great man. He was a statesman, and this is why he was respected among the Egyptians. And he is the only king that you ever excavate, you'll find something. In my career, I was excavating to the south of the third pyramid of Menkaura at Giza, and I found a double statue, unfinished, for him. One for him as a king and one for him as a god. Also, in my excavation in Heliopolis, I found the remains of a great temple that he built. And this is why this man was a great builder. In every village in Egypt, or every city, or every site, Ramses II left evidence to show that he was one of the greatest builders that Egypt ever had. And this is why Hollywood now consider him as the Pharaoh of Moses. He was not really the Pharaoh of Moses. Yeah. We have no evidence of this at all. Yeah. But Hollywood consider him because he was a great king.
And the king everybody knows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Since it was Ramses' 13th son who became the final crown prince, we can already know that all 12 of the prior princes had now died by year 55 of his reign, the witnessing of the death of many of his family, father, mother, Nefertari, his wives, many daughters, and 12 sons would surely have an impact on the emotional state of Ramses. Seti had asked Ra at Abydos to bless Ramses with 3 lifetimes, but for Ramses, he was probably seeing his long life as more of a curse now. Toward the end of his reign, the Jubilee celebrations were coming more and more frequently. This must have placed much pressure on the pharaoh to prove his strength. All of this while dealing with his own ailing health and the constant line of deaths he witnessed. It is visible through many of his monuments that the spark had gone since the death of Nefertari. He was most definitely in depression. Some statues from the end of his rule show him vastly different from when he started out. Originally, many statues of Ramses showed him with a smile on his face, yet around the final year, he is shown older, with jowls and a downturned frown. Clearly visible on this statue of Ramses in Memphis. Because of his emotional state and age, he stopped taking part in all war efforts many years ago around the death of Nefertari. His focus was on religious roles for the rest of his life. Ramses had been shown as becoming more and more divine as the years passed, something all pharaohs did, eventually becoming a god on earth. Ramses was no exception to this. At Abu Simbel, we can see the ultimate image of Ramses becoming a god.
And the god that is worshipped in this temple is on this wall, right over here. We can see Ramses II offering 2 jars of wine with his name, User written here. And another special god, now not seated with a triad of other gods, but as a single deity, wearing the ram's horn of Amun. This god's name is indicated over here. It is Ramses II. Ramses giving offerings to Ramses, because by this point in his life, he had retired from militaristic actions and took a more religious and political role. And for that, Ramses then was deified.
Several stelae have been found dedicated from nobles to Ramses, where Ramses is shown giving offerings to the divine form of himself. He became a god. In the year 1213 BC, during Ramses' 67th reigning year, when he was around the age of 93, the exceptional long life of Pharaoh Ramses came to an end. The great pharaoh had lived his 3 gifted lifetimes. Some Egyptologists suggest that he may have eventually been 96 at the time of his death. He surely lived a long and prosperous life. The announcement of Ramses' death spread through the entire empire. An ostraca at el-Medina tells us of the shock of the pharaoh's death in the village that would prepare his tomb. In this season of Akhet, on the 16th day, this day of coming by the chief of Magi, Horus Falcon, our Lord Ramses, king of Lower and Upper Egypt, User Setapenra, will go up to the field of his tomb soon. We stood still and grieved until day 26. This letter tells us he ruled Egypt for 66 years, 2 months, and 9 days. Ramses' body would have been prepared for mummification in Pirames, where he died. After the initial mummification was done, he would be sailed down the Nile toward Luxor. Along the way, the population came down to the river to see the pharaoh's final journey and to mourn for the only king many of them had known for generations. His death would have been a great shock to all. He did appear to be immortal. Ramses' mummified body arrived at the Ramesseum. In the temple, his son Merit-Amun and great royal wife, Bintanath, would take part in the final ceremonial rites of the king. Once Ramses' mummification process had been completed after the 70 days, his body was carried through the Ramesseum and processioned down past something quite unique to Ramses. The avenue of Anubis sphinxes, each protecting a small statue of the pharaoh. These same Anubis sphinxes that would have witnessed the burials of many of Ramses' past family. Now only one Anubis remains. I heard rumors that there is a second one that was relocated. I wanted to see just another Anubis that saw Ramses' funeral. Finally, I tracked it down to the French excavation house on the west bank of Luxor. After the procession passed the leader of the dead, the funeral procession would have walked toward the Valley of the Kings. The road would have been lined with many of the public coming to mourn their pharaoh. They would have cheered and cried and screamed, throwing sand over their heads as the sarcophagus passed. Before entering the valley, only a chosen few were allowed to continue on to the tomb. Arriving at the tomb, Merit-Amun, Ramses' son, and the now next pharaoh would perform the opening of the mouth ceremony with Bintanath. Ramses would be taken into the depths of his tomb. Candles would be lit around the sarcophagus. The granite lid would be sealed. Water would be poured onto a bed of seeds and soil to symbolize the rebirth as the god Osiris. The final prayer was said, and Ramses' tomb would be sealed for eternity. The greatest pharaoh who had ever lived had gone to the next life. The death of Ramses is not the end of his story. Merit-Amun became the next pharaoh. However, the Ramesside dynasty would not survive long after the death of Ramses. The cause of creating as many heirs to the throne would ultimately be Ramses' downfall. Each family member believed that they had the right to rule Egypt. This led to decades of internal family fighting and eventually a civil war, ending with a great-granddaughter of Ramses being the final pharaoh of the 19th dynasty.
Why do you think after Merenptah's death there was so much fighting between the family of Ramses to see who would become the next successor?
Because there is no legal person after Merenptah. And this is why it's normal to see that the end of the new kingdom came with this Ramesside kings and ended by Dynasty 20th, the new kingdom.
Yeah.
And therefore it came after that, the intermediate period.
Yeah.
Then I really think that Ramses II as a very powerful king. No one really after him came to be a strong king like Ramses. And this is why the deterioration of the new kingdom ended with Dynasty 20th, with no king to bring stability to the country.
The economy would now decline under the new pharaohs of the 20th dynasty. Eventually, priests would rival the power of the king, and tombs began to be looted for their array of valuable treasures. In the 21st dynasty, when the priests ruled in Luxor and the pharaohs ruled in the Delta, the priests had long been looting the royal tombs, including that of Ramses the Great. They stripped his tomb of all gold and valuables. A descendant of Ramses XI had become pharaoh, but exiled to the Delta. His name was Susanes. This Delta king is the one responsible for moving the major monuments from Pirames to save them from the flood to the new city of Tanis. Susanes wanted to show his royal connections and his connection to Ramses the Great. Eventually, Ramses' mummy was taken out of his tomb in the Valley of the Kings by the priests. He was taken to a storage tomb where his body was rewrapped and tended to. 3 days later, he was moved to the royal cache, the tomb of the pharaoh priest Pendegem, in the hills above the temple of Hatshepsut, where he would remain sealed for over 3,000 years. But how do we know all of this? Because it was written on Ramses' own coffin. In 1881, the royal cache tomb was discovered with many of the pharaohs inside. Among them was Ramses II. The news of the discovery of Ramses was like an explosion across the world. The day his body was removed from the cache and loaded onto a boat destined for Cairo, thousands of people lined the Nile and cheered and mourned for the greatest pharaoh yet again. Coming face to face with Ramses' mummy, to me, was one of the most moving moments in my life, to see the actual face of the greatest pharaoh. At the Old Cairo Museum, I am meeting up with Dr. Sahar Salim, a radiologist and Egyptologist. She's an expert on the mummy of Ramses II, having CT scanned and examined his mummy several times, and co-authored the book Scanning the Pharaohs with Dr. Zahi Hawass.
The mummy of King Ramses II went right away from Deir al-Bahri in 1881 to the Egyptian Museum. Not really in this museum, it was another museum, Bolak, but here is also the place, the Cairo Egyptian Museum, which housed the body of the great King Ramses II for more than a century. When I examined the mummy of Ramses the Great with CT scan, it showed very well his age. He was really an old man, maybe approaching 90 years or so. You can tell from the CT scan, from the degeneration that shows in his spine, in his knees, and from also the teeth problems that he had. Also, Ramses II had a severe hunchback that it is very obvious. That's maybe why the embalmers could not place him inside a coffin, and they had to break his neck. They made it in such as if it is a surgery, in such a clean way. But by this way, the head was at the back, and they could place the body of the King Ramses II. The CT scan showed this break, and that's why when you go to look at the mummy of the king, you will find this great curve of the neck because it was broken. Although he had some back problems or so, they were problems related to the age and not related to a severe disease that's called ankylosing spondylitis that the king was thought to have based on the old x-rays. In these old x-rays, it shows as if the spine was fused together like a bamboo spine. This is not the case. The king did not have this because this disease or the bambooing of the spine or the ankylosing spondylitis would make the king really less active. But we know the king, that he went to Kadesh and he had all this fights and all this victory. Well, his body was really for an active man. So the CT scan also refuted this disease that was thought also to be an ancient disease. But the CT scan that I showed that it's only degeneration, and I just refuted that ankylosing spondylitis is an ancient and could be a disease of the modern life. A lot of things can be seen also from the facial features of King Ramses II, that the CT scan with all the measurements enabled us to do a facial reconstruction of how the king looked like really without the mummification and embalming, how he looked like when he before he died, and how he looked like at the peak of his power at the age of 40.
By the time Ramesses' mummified human remains were discovered in 1881 by Emil Bruges and Ahmed Kemal Effendi, his body had already been moved multiple times, suffered damage from tomb robbers, and been rewrapped by Egyptian priests. In Ramesses' case, for instance, many blackheads found on his face were initially thought to indicate poor hygiene. However, they are more likely a manifestation of chronic sun damage, which is understandable given his age of around 90 when he died and the climate that he lived in. So after his discovery, Ramesses was first unwrapped by Gaston Maspero. Maspero's report isn't very detailed, but it is very apparent that he admired Ramesses. He describes Ramesses as tall, well-proportioned, with a strong, powerful jaw and a long chin. At the time of inspection, Ramesses' mouth had been sealed by the embalmers with a blackish paste, most likely resin, which Maspero pried open with a chisel, revealing some very worn teeth. He stressed that Ramesses had lost most of his hair, but there was some hair on his temples that thickened at the nape of his neck, forming smooth, straight locks. His hair was this very vibrant yellowish color, which Maspero thought had been dyed light yellow by the embalming agents. It's highly unlikely that natron would be responsible for the color, but Ramesses' hair could have been dyed with henna, and a combination of the actions of embalming agents and oxidative stress would have turned the hair yellow. After Maspero, Ramesses was examined by anatomist Grafton Elliott Smith. Smith describes Ramesses as almost 5 feet 9 inches tall. This would have been quite tall for the time. He goes in quite a lot of detail about the color of his skin. He describes his forehead as light yellow with reddish-brown spots. And unlike early mummies, his skin hadn't blackened with the resin. And therefore, Smith thought this really indicated new embalming techniques used in the 19th dynasty. Smith, in particular, admired the special care taken by the embalmers to preserve Ramesses' famous nose, which he described as large, narrow, and prominent. Recent CT scans of Ramesses reveal post-mortem damage due to tomb robbers and unwrapping by Maspero in 1886. Despite this, his body actually remains relatively well preserved. CTs confirm Ramesses was around 90 when he died, which is actually a very long life for an ancient Egyptian. His mummification is very interesting, and some aspects of it are actually very unusual as well. So we start with his chest cavity. It was filled with linen and resin-soaked linen. This I have observed in other non-royal mummies as well. So this aspect is not so unusual. His desiccated heart was still in place. Calcified plaques were visible in the aorta, and multiple plaques were also visible in the arteries of his lower limbs. So this would have indicated that he was suffering from atherosclerosis. Again, if we consider his age not so unusual, the rest of his internal organs had been removed and different embalming agents had been introduced into his torso. Now, the unusual part of his mummification is actually the treatment of his skull. And I'm looking at some CT scans in. Let's have a look at Ramses. So we spoke Scanning the Pharaohs by doctors Hawass and Salim. It's a fantastic book with some fantastic images. And if we have a look at this image of Ramesses' skull, so we can see that his brain has been removed, and it's been removed transnasally through his nose by disruption of the ethmoid bone, and resin has been introduced into his skull multiple times. So this is all resin, and you can see it's been introduced here, here, and here. There is a little bit of Ramesses' brain tissue still in the skull, and some meninges as well. And if we have a look at his nose, so my goodness, I've never ever seen anything like this before. He has a small animal bone, which is helping retain that wonderful shape. And there's also some plant seeds, which look like pepper seeds in his nose, and lots more resin. There's even some seeds inside his throat actually as well. And the embalmers, you can see, went to great trouble to retain this incredible shape of his nose. And, you know, it makes me think that in his lifetime, his looks must have been important to him, and he must have been famous because of his nose.
Officiel d'un pharaon en France. Sa Majesté Ramsès II est arrivé en fin de journée à Paris à bord d'un avion spécial en provenance du Caire.
In the 1970s. the mummified remains of Ramesses the Great embarked on an extraordinary journey to France for restoration. This event marked a unique chapter in the history of Egyptology. When initially examined by Grafton Elliott-Smith, Ramesses' remains were found to be in reasonably good condition. However, over time, his remains began to suffer from fungal infection and general deterioration. One of the culprits identified was a fungus known as Didalia bienis. In a remarkable display of respect and ceremony, the French government treated the arrival of Ramesses the Great as if he were a living head of state. The event captured the imagination of the public and was broadcast live on French national television, highlighting the enduring fascination with ancient Egypt. However, there is one story that needs debunking. An internet search of Ramesses will bring up a passport he was allegedly issued to travel to France, with his occupation listed as king. This passport is fake, and the story likely concocted by the media for sensationalism. Additionally, there's a lesser-known controversy. At the time, some Egyptian and American scientists strongly doubted the claim of the mummy's preservation being at risk, suggesting that the infection story was fabricated for diplomatic purposes. Then in 2007, there was further controversy when a man from the French Alps placed an ad on the internet offering snips of Ramesses' hair. He also offered samples of the mummy's embalming resin and bits of bandages for more than 2,000 euros. He claimed the lot came into his possession through his father, who was part of the team of French scientists who were tasked with analyzing the royal mummy in the 1970s.
The illegal thing that happened, that the professor who did the study took the hair samples and put it at his home. And this is how his son began to sell this hair to the public.
Now that we know of Ramses' mummified body, what of his artifacts? Do we know what happened to them? We start investigating from the most tangible, the wooden coffin in which he was found. It is an elegant wooden coffin made of cedar with painted details on the eyes, crook and flail, Osiris beard, and cobra on the brow. But is this really his coffin? After all, he was moved from his tomb, and we expect a pharaoh to be buried in gold. If we look at the face, it does 100% match the younger statues of Ramses, even down to the slight smile of the mouth. Many have said it can't be his because it is too plain. On closer inspection, you can see that he once was covered in gold, as some flecks remain. His father too was buried in a cedar coffin that also had painted on details. His coffin also has flecks of gold, indicating that he, like Ramses, was once gilded. Wooden coffins were used for many pharaohs, including Ahmose, Amenhotep I, Thutmose IV, and Thutmose III. And these coffins show clear signs that the gold cladding was pulled from the wooden coffin in the priest's looting process. And remember, only one of the coffins of Tutankhamun was solid gold, so we should not expect every pharaoh to have a solid gold coffin.
Often pharaohs have their outer coffins and they are made out of wood and covered in gold. Now with Ramses II, do we believe that this is his coffin?
I think it's his coffin.
I'm
Because,
the same.
yes, this is the coffin of Ramses II. But you have to understand, I'm always saying, look how Tutankhamun, who ruled Egypt for 10 years, and look how many objects were found in his tomb. 5,398 objects. The tomb of Ramses II, as I excavated, it is the largest and the longest tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Can you imagine how many artifacts could be there? And, of course, his throne, his coffin, could be more impressive than Tutankhamun, and this is why I really think that if the tomb of Ramses II was found completely intact, this could be the most impressive tomb in history. And this is why now I'm searching in the valley for the missing tombs of Amenhotep I, Thutmose II, Ramses VIII.
Yeah.
And also you have to understand that all the queens of Dynasty 18 were buried somewhere in the Valley of the Kings,
Yeah.
and their tombs not found. And this is why I'm hoping that one day in my excavation on the Valley of the Kings, I can discover an intact tomb to show how ancient Egypt was rich. And also at the same time, I always say that the belief of the afterlife for the ancient Egyptian built Egypt.
As for Ramses, the cedar wood would have a deeper meaning. At Karnak, Ramses had a battle of Seti depicted. The battle shows Seti going to war in Lebanon over trees. Wood was not as abundant in Egypt, and Lebanon was famous for its cedar trees. Seti conquered them, and we can see the pharaoh being given the rights to the cedar forests, which he had cut down and brought to Egypt. This was so important to Ramses that he had it shown in Egypt's most important temple. The wood meant a lot to Seti, and therefore wanting to respect his family and his father, the cedar wood would also have an importance to Ramses. The cedar had a connection to his family and the glory of his father. Therefore, family being important to Ramses meant having a cedar coffin was very symbolic. But what of the personal belongings and burial goods? Do we have any of those left? In his tomb, many Shabti figurines were found, some of limestone and others made of wood. However, in a small village near Florence in Italy, at a monastery, there is a small figurine of Ramses, rarely seen by the public.
We do have some things that were found in his tomb. We have a Shabti of Ramses II in the form of Osiris, made out of wood, the same material that his sarcophagus was made out of. And on the Shabti, we can see his royal name, Wusur Maedra Setapenra, the justice of the sun god Ra is justified.
A few jars of alabaster and some of blue faience were left in the tomb. Found in another cache are objects that apparently belonged to Prince Ramses, however, were more likely used by Pharaoh Ramses himself. In the Firenze Archaeological Museum are these objects. It's incredible to be so close to something so personal to the pharaoh. Other such artifacts include this dagger with a wooden handle tipped with 2 falcons, similar to the one on his statue in Memphis. There were also woven reed sandals and an intact wig made from straight human hair and painstakingly plaited, and the lid of a wooden makeup box beautifully marked with the pharaoh's name in blue. We are now seeing that Ramses' objects were not all stolen. Some were moved and placed in other tombs, so surely there must be more out there. Up in the delta at the city of Bubastis, in an anonymous tomb, some jewelry belonging to Ramses was discovered, clearly relocated. One of these is on display in Paris at the Louvre Museum. To commemorate the Battle of Kadesh, Ramses wore this ring, featuring 2 golden horses before a chariot. From this beautiful ring, we know that Ramses had some of the finest jewelry of the ancient world. However, the Kadesh ring was not the only object found in Bubastis. Now housed at the Nemek Museum in Cairo are 2 exceptional bracelets of Ramses, and my personal favorite artifact, made from solid gold with a large lapis stone inlaid. The impressively detailed bracelets feature 2 ducks, which represent the god of the earth, Geb. Ramses' name is on the side, and we know that Ramses would have worn these in his life before they were entombed with him and then relocated later. Also found in Bubastis was a beautiful silver jug decorated with scenes of Ramses hunting, topped with a golden gazelle. In 2024, in Abydos, during the renovation of a Coptic church, astonishingly, a fragment from Ramses' granite sarcophagus was discovered. Why was it there? It must have been part of the loot that the priests spread out. The sarcophagus must have been moved to Abydos. However, the spreading of Ramses' tomb artifacts spread much further, and many were found with the Delta kings of the 21st dynasty. The tomb of Pharaoh Osirkon was a ramshackle mashup of recycled blocks of Ramses from the city of Pirames.
The cartouche of Ramses II here, Woodside, that on this side is Osirkon, who has taken the cartouche of Ramses and had it in Amun. So you can see how the Libyan is trying to reaffirm that he's a royal, similar to Ramses II in his youth.
Another tomb at Tanis, this time of Sheshonq III, had an ill-fitting granite sarcophagus lid that appears to have been altered. The name of Ramses II was on it. Could this be Ramses' sarcophagus lid? It wouldn't be impossible.
This sarcophagus was taken from Thebes along with the sarcophagus of Merit-Amun and used here in Tanis for the burial of the Libyan pharaohs.
In 1940, the tomb of Pharaoh Susenes was discovered. However, due to the outbreak of World War II, much of the tomb's contents were not fully investigated. We know that the granite sarcophagus of Ramses' successor, Merit-Amun, was taken out of his tomb and recycled by Susenes in his tomb in Tanis. So Ramses' granite sarcophagus lid may also be in Tanis. It is clear that these Tanite kings truly wanted to show their connection to the previous pharaohs like Ramses and took many of their objects. A glaring object found in Susenes' tomb was taken directly from Ramses' tomb, and many people overlook this. It is a bronze oven with the name of Ramses written on it, created in the year of his first jubilee. This oven has made me second-guess much of the objects in Susenes' tomb. I believe that they may have been taken from Ramses, but for me, the piece that rarely hints to being recycled from Ramses is the golden death mask of Susenes. Firstly, the style of the mask does not match other examples of death masks that we have from the 21st dynasty in Tanis. The other masks are all made from a very thick gold, with a face that was crafted separately and then affixed to a crafted headdress. Susenes' mask is made from a single piece of very thin gold, which has been hammered into shape. This style matches closely to other masks that we have from Ramses' reign, such as Khaemwaset's mask. The shoulders have been rounded off. This is where the cartouche would be on the death mask, which has now been cut away. The back of the mask is even more obvious. The religious texts, which include the owner's name below the Nemes headcloth, has deliberately been cut off in a straight line. Comparing Susenes' mask with statuary of Ramses, it matches precisely. In my very own opinion, the mask that we look at today as Susenes was recycled from another pharaoh's burial. And that pharaoh is Ramses the Great. It is, however, mostly unfortunate that Ramses' tomb suffered from severe earthquakes and flooding over the millennia, leaving behind almost nothing. From what remains, the fineness of the carvings and attention to detail, we can imagine that Ramses' tomb would truly have been worthy of someone of his stature. The tomb once featured many religious imagery, as well as scenes of the pharaoh being greeted by many of the gods. In recent years, Dr. Zahi Hawass has been working on the restoration of the tomb. I'm meeting up with him in Italy to hear more about his findings.
Okay, Curtis. Good to see you.
Perfect. Thank you. You were very much involved in the Ramses II exhibition that's traveling the world. What do you think this exhibition will show, and what did you learn from creating it?
No, I think this exhibit is very important because it tells the people about a great king, Ramses II, the king of the kings, who was really ruled for 66 years. And he was married to 8 wives, have 100 children. He ruled with his father. He built the tomb of his father. And also he was a warrior and a peacemaker. In the same time that this exhibit is telling the story of Ramses II, and also what's really amazing that the people who organize the exhibit are paying fund for the excavation and the conservation of the tomb that I did for the last few years. And we found out it is the largest tomb in the Valley of the Kings. It's almost 700 feet long. We found many important scenes inside of Ramses II. And also what's good that he built this tomb in year 1 of his reign, because I found inside the tomb the first part of his cartouche, Usr Ma'at-Ra, and the second part was written after the second year. Also, I'm looking now for the tunnel that may be connecting the tomb with the tomb of his sons, KV5.
Wow. Okay. When do you think that tomb will be restored to a state that we can
We need some more conservation, and I am hoping that in 2 or 3 years maximum the tomb will be open for the first time to the public, because it is the only tomb that the floor is down the valley, and when the flood came on the last century, it damaged the tomb completely. And this is why I took more than 120,000 square feet of stone rubble and sand from inside this tomb.
The Greeks revered Ramses for millennia after his death, and many ancient historians were inspired by his monuments. And the Roman emperors would fight to have any piece of Ramses' many artworks. However, some see Ramses as a villain. For many people, Ramses II is the pharaoh of the Exodus, but this is based on no archaeological evidence, even to prove that the Exodus happened, nor that it was connected to Ramses.
There is no evidence that he could be the pharaoh of Moses.
This has been placed into the minds of people due to the Cecil B. DeMille film, The Ten Commandments, where he plucked the name of Ramses and used it as his villain in the film. This has trickled down into the psyche of the public.
The modern perception of Ramses the Great is quite split. Some people love him, some people hate him. How much do you think that is down to Cecil B. DeMille and his movie, The Ten Commandments?
No, I really think because Cecil DeMille took Ramses II as the pharaoh of Moses. And this is why he made, of course, all the Jews to hate Ramses. Yeah. But it is not true. We have no evidence at all that Ramses II was the pharaoh of Moses. When I moved the great statue of Ramses II, the largest statue that was made inside the temple of Memphis, and it was moved in 1954 from Memphis to the train station. If the Jews are convinced that Ramses II is not the pharaoh of Moses, everyone would love Ramses II.
Yeah. I think DeMille did a very disservice to Ramses.
No, I mean he had to choose a king to be the pharaoh of Moses. We don't have one single evidence who could be the pharaoh of Moses. But Cecil DeMille found only the king that known by everyone, Ramses II, and this is why he made him to be the pharaoh of Moses.
At that time, there were 2 pharaohs he could choose from: Tutankhamun, Ramses
exactly.
II. But Tutankhamun was too young.
Exactly. Yes.
Pharaoh Ramses II was not the pharaoh of the Exodus. Now, if there is any archaeological evidence to prove that the Exodus actually happened, we don't have that. So we have to rely on the biblical timeline. So I have created a timeline based on what it says in the Bible Ramses II was chosen only because of the book The Prince of Egypt and the movie The Ten Commandments by Cecil B. DeMille. They wanted to have a pharaoh that everybody knew, but Tutankhamun was too young, so they had to choose someone older, which was Ramses II. So that is why we've ended up with Ramses II. It's mostly because of Cecil B. DeMille. And that has stuck in the mind of a lot of people. But the actual timeline does not add up to be Ramses II, who is over here at 1279 BC. So, how we start is we look at when the Temple of Solomon was built. The Temple of Solomon was built in 996 BC. The Bible states that it is 480 years after the Exodus. That is 12 generations times 40 years per generation gives you 480 years. And the 12 generations lasting 40 years per generation is stated in the Bible. So we have that here. So we go back 480 years to when the Exodus would have happened, as stated in the Bible, and we end up over here, which is 1476 BC, which is 3 years into the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III, which is 890 years before the destruction of the Temple of Solomon, which is in 587 BC, also stated in the Bible. Also stated is that Moses was born 80 years before the Exodus took place. So we take here 1476 BC, we take it back to when Moses was born, which is 1556 BC, 80 years before the Exodus, as you can see here. This is the time that the Hyksos have taken over control over Egypt. We have Seqenenre, who rises up against the Hyksos. He dies in 1550 BC. Then his son Ahmose comes in. He defeats the Hyksos in around 1540 BC. The Hyksos can be related possibly to being the Hebrews that were sent out of Egypt. So this matches up very well. Now, around this time, we have the Santorini volcano, which erupts. And this causes some of the plagues, and we have a stela from the reign of Pharaoh Ahmose and the beginning of Pharaoh Thutmose I, which explains 3 of the plagues that we actually hear about in the Bible, and that's around 1500 BC, plus minus. So that fits into Pharaoh Thutmose I and Pharaoh Ahmose of the 18th dynasty. So we have all of this happening here. And then eventually Hatshepsut is here in 1479 BC, and Thutmose III takes the throne when she dies in that same year. And the Exodus happens 3 years into the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose. Now, what we can understand from this is, in the Bible, Pharaoh is named as Pharaoh. He does not have a name. And this is possibly because we have Thutmose I, Amenhotep the First, Amenhotep II, Thutmose II, leading up to Thutmose III. So we have several pharaohs. That's why he's possibly not named. But it still does not match with Ramses II. We would need to lose 180 years of the timeline for it to be Ramses II, which makes it way too recent based on the dates in the Bible. So we can stop saying that it is Pharaoh Ramses II.
It is because of this huge misunderstanding of the actual biblical sources that people and even some Egyptologists continue to regurgitate bad things about Ramses. Some people may read one biased opinion and keep repeating it, but that is the way people work. However, it doesn't always make it true. That was the reason for making this film, to show the human side and the real side of this pharaoh. Ramses has become a huge part of pop culture, being featured in many fictional books, films, cartoons, and art. Many may not know his full story, but he is the pharaoh that people know the name of all around the world. For many years after Ramses the Great, his legacy and empire continued. Deir el-Medina continued to flourish, and many pharaohs who took Ramses' name after his reign often showed themselves in a similar way to Ramses himself. Ramses III is often shown wearing a red wig, as Ramses II had red hair. He even named his own children after the children of Ramses the Great. 9 more pharaohs took Ramses' name and referred to him as the Great Ancestor.
A lot of the next pharaohs who called themselves Ramses tried to copy him in many ways.
But that's normal, because look at Ramses III,
Yeah.
the last king of Dynasty 20s. He tried at the beginning of his reign to be exactly a copy of Ramses II. But at the end of his reign, he faced many problems, like the harem conspiracy, because he actually became an old man drinking, and this is why his secondary wife and his son tried to kill him. And in the papyri, they never said that he was murdered. And I did scan the mummy of Ramses III, and I found that he was murdered.
Yeah.
Someone came with a sharp knife and cut his throat. And I found the mummy of his son Bintaur, who tried to kill him.
Wow.
And that was a mummy in the Cairo Museum called Unknown Man E. He was not mummified. He was covered with goat skin, and goat skin was dirty for the ancient Egyptian.
Yeah.
And with DNA, I found out that this is the mummy of Bintaur, who killed his father, Ramses III, the great fighter of the family of Ramses II.
No other pharaoh accomplished what Ramses could. Although they tried to emulate him, no one came close. Even when Alexander the Great became pharaoh of Egypt, he tried to follow in Ramses' own footsteps, taking on many visual attributes that he saw Ramses adorned in.
What should we remember Ramses II for?
I think the most important thing for today that he is the first man who signed a peace treaty with the Hittites in that time. Then he was a great warrior, but in the same time, he wanted peace for his country. It's like what Sadat did. Sadat did win the war in October 6, 1973, and he made peace. So when Sadat made peace, I talked in the TV in America, and I said Sadat made peace because exactly Ramses II made peace more than 3,000 years ago. And that peace treaty, if you look at the ambassador who signed it, who made it, who wrote it, his tomb was found in Saqqara. And inside the tomb, there is a big, large, beautiful statue of Hathor. And he put Ramses underneath the chin of Hathor. Beautiful tomb of the ambassador. This is why I really think. The other thing about his activities, his building everywhere, temples, statues, as a great king. This is why we call him King of the Kings.
Ramses II, Ramses the Great, lived a full and eventful life, with many high points and many low points. This was expected. He was raised for greatness. He left his mark not only on Egypt, but on the world. So much so that we still talk about him to today, and thus he still lives.